government can act as intermediary for disseminating critical information to farmers. Thus, we have representatives of different governments here. They can take this information back to the farmers. They can also utilize digital platforms such as the website, the mobile app, the SMS services to provide real-time data on weather conditions, market prices, pest and disease outbreak, and government schemes. Then we have the access to finance. The LA can facilitate access to financial services through digital means, helping farmers to secure loans, insurance, and subsidies more efficiently. We have again market linkages. The local authorities can promote digital platforms that connect farmers with buyers, processors, and retailers, just as we have the online market now. Most farmers do not even need to take their goods to any market. Once you have a platform and you advertise, people will book for it. They can deliver it to their doorstep. We have data collection and analysis. The LA can play a role in collecting and analyzing data that are related to agricultural activities in their region. The data can be used to identify trends, make informed policy decisions, and also develop targeted support programs. The local authority also provides regulatory support by creating conducive regulatory environment for the adoption of digital solutions in agriculture. These policies can promote data privacy, cybersecurity, and fair competition among technology providers. Then we have collaboration and partnership. The local authorities can foster partnership and technologies with companies, research institutions, and NGOs to leverage their expertise and resources in promoting digital agriculture. What we are having now is an example of such collaboration and partnership. We also have monitoring and evaluation. The local authorities should continuously monitor the impact of digital solutions on the agricultural sector in their region. And the regular evaluation and feedback from farmers can help refine and improve the initiatives. We have sustainability and inclusivity. The local authorities can ensure that digital solutions are sustainable and inclusive, especially benefiting small-scale farmers and marginalized groups. And who are the marginalized groups? Majorly the women and the youth. Then we have resource allocation and funding. The LA can also allocate funds to support the development and deployment of digital solutions to agriculture. We have the extension services, which is the third arm of our mandate in this university, and that is where AMREC majorly functions. They can leverage on digital tools to enhance extension services for farmers. They do this by providing advice, training, and guidance through digital platforms. They can help farmers make informed decisions about crop management, pest control, and soil health. Then we have some examples of digital agri solutions that have been used in Nigeria and other parts of Africa. We have the sensors. It's a digital device that measures and analyzes soil, like temperature, nutrients, and vegetative health. That has been used in Nigeria. We have the AgriCorri. That's a blockchain-based smart contracting payments and marketplace system that ensures that everyone in agriculture, the farmers, the familiar committee, the agricultural input providers, the processors, and all the rest that they have, they can do their business in a trusted environment. We also have the Hello Tractor that is making tractor contracting company to integrate the Internet of Things to develop through partnership with hardware companies and proprietary software to also help improve their profitability and productivity. Then we have the Ujusikilimu. That is also used, it has been used in Kenya, and it is a kind of big data analytical capabilities that is used to transform farmers into knowledge-based community with the goal of improving their productivity through precision insights. We also have the sun culture that has also been used in Kenya. It's a drip irrigation kit that uses solar energy to pump about 2,500 liters of water from any source up to 70 meters deep, ensuring a steady supply of water for farming, even during the dry season. And then we have the farm line and agro center. These deploy mobile and web technologies to bring farming advice, weather forecast, market information, and financial tips to farmers who are traditionally out of reach due to barriers in connectivity, literacy, or languages. These are that's the census. That's how it looks. And that one is the that is used to detect data and others. That's the sun culture that can be used for irrigation system. And that one is the farmer line and agro center. It's a kind of connectivity that anywhere the person using it is, they can connect to inform the farmer where they are. That okay, this weather will favor you, you can plant this also, but you can do this also thing at any particular time. Then the Nigerian government in 2020 has also started a kind of digital improvement strategy from a project that was found from 2020 to 2030 to improve the use of digital solutions in agriculture, just as we are considering now. And in that program, the main people that are concerned are the Digital Impact Alliance. They define some principles to guide the design, development, use and adoption of digital solutions in every aspect of the economy. For effective definition of the agricultural sector, it will be largely dependent on these principles. And what are the principles? The design with users. You have to design what we want to use with the user. We need to know what they need. You can't just design anything that suits us. You need to know what those that are going to use it, what do they need, what is peculiar to their region. Then you need to understand the existing ecosystem. Because sometimes there are some things that favor us in the south that may not work in the north. So you need to understand the ecosystem of that existing region before you recommend the solution. Then you have to design the scale of the program. The program must also be built for sustainability. It must be data-driven. Then it must use open data, open source, and open innovation. It must be a program that can be reused and it can be improved on. Lastly, it must address privacy and security, and it must be collaborative. Just as we have now, it is not only FUNAB that is doing this. You have Alumni University, you have UAS, and you have the European Union. In conclusion, local authorities play multifaceted roles in advancing digital solutions for farmers and agri-producers. Their action can significantly influence the adoption and success of agricultural technology, contributing to increased productivity, food security, and the overall well-being of rural communities. These are my references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so very much, Presenter. Please, can we do better than that? We are not buying the house from the market now, are we? Okay, I have just been informed that she wants to summarize what she presented in Yoruba. But there are some of us who understand only Latin.
Fún àǹfààní àwọn àgbẹ̀ wa tó wà níkàlẹ̀ ẹ̀ka àrọ́sà ẹ̀ka àrọ́mà, nǹkan tí a sọ ní pàtó ni pé kí ni ìwúlò ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ fún àwọn láti ṣe àgbéga àwọn ohun amáyédẹrùn àti àwọn nǹkan tá à ń lò ní ayélujára. Tí gbogbo náà bá rí àrí pé ibi táyé ń lọ ń sìn kò sí nǹkan kan tá a lè ṣe láì lo àwọn ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé àti ẹ̀rọ ayélujára. A dẹ̀ ti sọ̀rọ̀ púpọ̀ nípa iṣẹ́ tí ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ ń ṣe. So a dẹ̀ sọ gbogbo àwọn ọ̀nà tí wọ́n lè gbà ràn wá lọ́wọ́ àti bọ́n ṣe lè mú gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tó máa jẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ ọ̀gbìn wa kó gbèrú sí kó dẹ̀ tàn káàkiri àgbáyé bọ́n ṣe lè mú bá wa gbogbo ẹ̀ láti ṣàlàyé. A dẹ̀ sọ gbogbo tó bá ṣe àwọn nǹkan yìí ó máa jẹ́ kí a ní àǹfààní sí àwọn bí a ti lè rí èlò wa tá a fẹ́ lò bóyá àwọn kóró ni o tàbí gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tá a fi ń gbin nǹkan ajílẹ̀ ni àti gbogbo àwọn nǹkan báyẹn àwọn àǹfààní tá a bá ní yìí ìmọ̀ yẹn àti information yẹn ó máa yẹ ká lè mọ ibi tí a ti máa rí àwọn nǹkan yẹn, ó tún máa fún wa nímọ̀ lórí báwo la ṣe lè dáàbò bo àwọn nǹkan tá à ń gbìn. A mọ̀ pé pàápàá jùlọ nǹkan tó ń kojú àgbẹ̀ jù ni pé ká gbìn nǹkan kí ó gbẹ máa bàjẹ́ àti pé gbogbo à ń gbìn sọ́wọ́ kan, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn nǹkan tí à ń sọ yìí ó máa fún wa ní ìmọ̀, à á mọ̀ pé òkè ní nǹkan báyìí yẹ ká gbìn lásìkò báyìí, ibi báyìí la lè tọ́jú eléyìí sí, nǹkan báyìí la lè ṣe láti dáàbò bo àwọn eléyìí. Wọ́n á dẹ̀ tún ṣètò àwọn ọjà tí a ti lè ta àwọn nǹkan yìí. Ìkíní yìí máa ṣe wá láǹfààní débi pé ìgbà mìíràn à nílò láti gbé nǹkan tá a bá gbìn wá sí ìgboro, àwọn èèyàn ló máa wá síbi tí ó bá wà. Tá a bá dẹ̀ ti ní àwọn oríṣiríṣi ẹ̀rọ ayélujára tá a sọ yìí, a lè polówó àwọn ọjà yẹn bẹ̀ débi pé àwọn èèyàn á kàn sọ ìtàn bá fẹ́, àwọn náà dẹ̀ fi ránṣẹ́ sí wọn láì kúrò ní oko wa ń bẹ̀. Gbogbo eléyìí tá a bá lè lò á tún jẹ́ kí nǹkan ọ̀gbìn wa kó gbèrú sí, á dẹ̀ jẹ́ kéré oṣẹ́ oko wa ó máa pọ̀ sí, à ń ṣàṣe ìyọrí o.
Thank you very much. I think the clap we gave was for the English presentation. So she needs another one for Okay, I think the way we will go is if you have any questions or contributions, you have them pen down. Well, now we finish taking the presentations, the questions can now come. Is that okay with us? Fine. So, madam, please come and have a seat. Let me see, are you still here? Yes. I hope you are not sleeping on YouTube.
I was on YouTube.
Yes.
All right, so we'll take the second presentation as directed by the chairman. But while we were having the presentation, Mr. Chris Adinayo joined us online. So he's the country project coordinator in Owerri. So let's appreciate and welcome him. All right, so taking on the second presentation on the role of gender and digitalization in building resilience. Okay, sir. Okay, so we also want to welcome our farmers who joined us. I remember yesterday we mentioned that we needed the farmers to be here so they could be part of this workshop. Please, let's appreciate them. Let's appreciate them. Let's tell them in our language that Ekabo. You're welcome. Okay, so quickly to the second presentation. The role of gender and digitalization in building resilience against climate change among farmers. And that will be taken by Professor Petra Abdul-Sagri from the Department of Agricultural Extension and Rural Development, FUNAB. Let's put our hands together for her.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. It's a real privilege to be invited to this auspicious occasion. I'm a specialist, a gender specialist, and I always love to give my best when I'm being invited. Gender is a very controversial issue, and it's not just in Nigeria alone. Gender is very controversial all over the world because a lot of people they assign many meanings to what gender is all about. I gave training all over Africa, some of European Union, some of I've seen it all. When you ask, say what is gender? Some people will say gender is all about women. Some people will say gender is a way of duping men. Gender is war against men. And when you look at this issue, you think about in African setting, we are patriarchal in nature. And I always stress it, even to all our people all over the world, that look, in Africa, we raise our men to be kings. And because of that, they have assumed that position, the leadership position, to be the head. And anything, any project or program that will change this, that will subvert men to be subservient or reverse that status, may not work. But then, that the issue is this, that we should, in Africa, we have this familial relationships that we look after one another. Why don't we do this instead of lording it over men? By the time you allow men to see what they are going to gain from promoting gender issues, for sure, no men who want their daughters to suffer, and no men who wish that their mothers should also suffer. So if we are able to, as gender specialists, highlight some of the gains, in considering gender in whatever we do in our project from the onset, from when we even sit down to write proposals, because gender is so massive, you can't understand it all. Even as we are talking now, there are so many variations of gender that has come up. We have transgender, we have this one. In fact, there's another one, they said trans, infertile. A grown-up man who tell you that he's not a grown-up person, that his body is trapped, that he's a child, and that his body is trapped inside of him. So that we should look at him, a 67-year-old man, 50-year-old man will tell you that he's still a child. So, but I believe that in Africa, what we believe is this, that there are two genders in the world. All the other 98, they are variation of madness to some extent. So on this note, I decided to moderate this, because if you don't consider responsiveness in project implementation, in project proposal writing, when it comes to the issue of gender, you may miss it. Next slide, please. Now, for us to really understand, because I don't want controversy, for us to understand some terminologies, I need to just do this. Sex. A lot of people misconstrue gender for sex. But sex is our biological constitution. Girl, boy, from birth, you just see that, okay, this is a boy and this is a girl. Let's forget about all the other for now, all the other trans for now. But in African setting, in Nigerian setting, sex is biological differences that determines between males and females, which are normally universal and determined at birth. But gender is a social construction. It's a dictated role and responsibilities of who does what. And the society dictates this. So it's like an expectation. In Nigeria, in Africa, it is expected that a man should be macho, should not take nonsense, should be authoritative, should have ego, should not cry. Any sign of crying or whatever is tagged as weakness. And that is the more reason why, if you look at our men seated now, most of them, they are daddies. They are daddies. They will not know how to express their emotions. They don't know how to cry. And because of this, it's even affecting whatever they do and the decision they make. We have gender equality. Gender equality is sameness of results attained by rights, responsibilities, and opportunities While gender equity is fairness in representation. A lot of people they mistake these two also. Equity and gender equality. Let me give you an example. Like as we are now, you decide to go to a particular rural area, and then you decide to give everyone a pair of shoes without considering the size, the color, the likeness. You just give them a pair of shoes. That is gender equality. You have not addressed what they really want, and you are not being fair to everybody. If you give a primary 6 pair of shoe that is size 40 compared to size which is maybe like 22, you have not done anything. So you need to remove barriers, and that is what gender equity is all about. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So with all this, we have gender responsiveness and women empowerment. A lot of people now, most of what comes to Nigeria is women empowerment and not gender equality issues. And when they see that their wives are being promoted ahead of them, yes, but then the people that are doing the project may have missed it altogether. Because in a particular household, you must cater for everybody. You must make sure that everybody is carried along, so that no particular gender we feel left out. So we need to do this. We need to consider this. And the moment you say, okay, sir, if I train your wife, or if you have 2 wives, for instance, you train the 2 of them, who benefits at the most instance? Is the man, because he will have peace of mind. The food will flow, everything. People will laugh in the house. The children will go to school. They will be well off. So, women empowerment is expansion in women's ability to make strategic life choices in a context where this ability was previously denied to them. So it's a deliberate effort to empower people. So you can empower even men when in the instances that you see that those men they are disenfranchised. You can empower them also. Next slide, please. Now, the objective of this paper is to seek to address critical issues at the intersection of climate change, agriculture, gender, and digital technology. Because it has become very imperative. Things are getting, worsened. Just yesterday now, or the day before yesterday, we learned that in Egypt, about 2,000 plus people they were swept away from, just like that. Just happened. And in Libya, there was earthquake and stuff like that. And there are also flashes of stories, even in Nigeria here. So, it is better for us to look at the issue surrounding this gender and digitalization for climate smartness to harness the potential of digitalization to enhance farmers' resilience. Next, please. Next, please. So, I am very sure that you have heard a lot of issues concerning this one. It's climate change impact on farming. It's an imminent threat to agriculture, a sector already facing numerous challenges. These are some of what is being observed: changing weather patterns, crop yield variability, resources depletion, water scarcity, and so on. But there are also gender issues that affect agriculture, that is affecting rural households, rural farmers. So we have, women in agriculture often face distinct challenges, which include reduced access to resources, limited decision-making power. All this that I've listed, they are what is obtained, they are what you can see and can feel. Because in land acquisition, for instance, gone are those days that women they are denied their land rights. Even when you see women buying land, they have devised means now to buy land in their own children's name. And then the husband will say like, where did you buy this? It's our children that we bought the land for. Because ordinarily, a woman will not go and buy land on her own unless she takes her husband along with her. In fact, it will be the document will be Mr. and Mrs. Then Mrs. can be anybody. So I always advise our women folk, please, if it is Mrs. Aishat Ahmed, let it be written boldly in whatever property you are acquiring. Because Mrs. can be Mrs. Ahmad can be anybody. Next please. So why do we want to address this? Addressing this it's a global issue. And then we need to look closely at gender issues because of the vulnerability community. We need to harness digital solution, and it's also a kind of interdisciplinary insight. But we have existing gender disparity in the agricultural sector, which I've mentioned. Access to agricultural inputs such as land, other inputs, resources, income, knowledge, training, representation, agricultural organization. Why do we even need to look at gender issues? We need to look at gender issues because we don't want to waste our resources. We want to identify those people who really need our help most. We want to look at gender issues because we don't want to waste our energy, and we want to be timely also. Because if you your deliverables, your project deliverables, if it does not identify those people who need your help most, you're just wasting your time. They may not even adopt whatever you want to offer them. So gender issues are very, very important. Next, please. So challenges faced by farmers. These are the challenges: limited access to climate information, resource scarcity, crop and livestock losses, increased workload, health risk, limited mobility, lack of training and extension, and so on and so forth. These are some of the challenges faced by farmers in adapting to climate change. Next, please. Next. Okay. So let's look at present statistics illustrating gender disparity. I've said it: access to land. FAO indicated that women make up about 43% of the agricultural labor force in developing countries, with significantly less access to land ownership compared to their counterparts. And then we also have access to resources. World Bank indicated that women receive only 5% of agricultural extension services globally, limiting their access to vital information and training on the climate resilient farming practices. Then for credit and finance, that in sub-Saharan Africa, only about 15% of women have access to formal credit for farming. This is the research is done by the International Finance Corporation. Then also in decision making, a study by the CGIAR found out that in many rural communities, women are often excluded from decision making process related to climate adaptation strategies and resources. I've seen this. You have women group. The leader of that group is a man. I've seen it all. Yes, but they know that women can keep money, so the treasurer will be women. Yeah. I've seen it all. It's there. So United Nations Women now decided they did just a recent study that by 2050, up to 158 million more women, which is what is on ground already, more women and girls could be pushed into poverty if climate change is worsened. Next, please. Next, please. So the concept of digitalization in agriculture, you've seen it, you've heard it since yesterday. Next, please. Okay. Now, gender responsiveness in digital agriculture. In order for us to be responsive, we want whatever we are doing, we want to be gender responsive. Anywhere we go to, when we know that men need a particular help, let's render it. When we anywhere, because gender is context and context dictated. It varies as you travel, as you move from one region to the other. So we need to be very careful. And when you want to achieve gender responsiveness in digital agriculture, you want to achieve gender equality and equity. You want to do economic empowerment, you want to reduce gender disparity, and so on. But you must be gender smart in all these areas. You must be gender smart. And gender smart in investing. Gender smart in investing is defined as an investment strategy that seeks to intentionally and measurably use capital to address gender disparity and better inform investment decisions. Next, please. Next, please. So, what are the challenges in making sure in promoting gender responsiveness to digital technology? We know that we have digital divide, whereby the male in the house dictates access to gender to digital usage, access and usage of technology, digital technology. So we have gender disparity in access to digital technology. We have cultural barriers. A woman wants to go out. Say, I want to go and browse. Say, you want to go and browse. When? How? What? Which? At 7 p.m. you want to go and browse. Say this is I will follow you. And then say, okay, I cannot follow you, but let someone else follow you. And because of that, she may not even be able to have access to such technology because of some other conflicting roles and responsibilities that women do in the house. Maybe they said she should come for training, for instance. She's there, but then she has to go back home to go and cook. And then the trainer said, please, this is the only time I have for you. He said, you want to send me packing from my husband's house. I've seen it all where a woman is being given opportunities for empowerment. Then the husband, you have to take one. It's either me or that your empowerment. So we've seen it all. We also have resource constraints. Women, money, compared to men. And then the movement even, men are more spatially disposed. Men can wake up and say, I want to go to Lagos, I want to go to Maiduguri to go and pick up an opportunity. But can a woman do that? So a woman farmer negotiates. We negotiate, and then we offer tokens. We call it tokenism. Say, okay, I cannot give you this, but can you take this? Let me give an example. Even government, they give tokens. They give tokens. Instead of empowering women to buy land, they will start saying, okay, let's give them community land. We will not sell it, but we will lease it to them. As a farm, they can be using their proceeds to pay. That is tokenism. You have not done what is right. And we live like that in this part of the world. Next, please. A lot of women compared to men, they lack training to use digital technology to benefit from it. Next, please. Next, please. So we have the opportunities. Opportunities for digital technology, it's a tailored solution, and it's digital literacy programs that women, men, young people can have access to, and it's also responsive and inclusive, when it comes to policy implementation, and it's also for partnership also. Next, please. So how gender and digitalization intersect. When we go into digitalization for when we consider gender, we are making sure that we are smart, we are gender smart in digital financial inclusion initiative, and we are also gender smart in digital banking services. We are gender smart in drought resistant receipts and improved irrigation. We are gender smart in investing. Next, please. Next. Next, please. So strategies now. These are the listed strategies for promoting gender inclusive digital agriculture. You must be gender smart in making sure you are responsive to digital infrastructures. You are gender responsive in digital literacy and training programs, and you make sure that information and content to be tailored along gender divide, so that you'll be able to narrow that gender gap in digital technology. And then you promote women's leadership. I've told you when men even are the chairman of a women's group. Next, please. In conclusion, who should benefit from digital technology? People with weak agencies. We have 4 agencies. The first one is power to, power with, power over, and power within. Power to is the act and you act and take action and have the ability to make positive change. When you are gender smart in digitalization of technology, people will have power to act and take action. People will have power with, that is, they will have collectiveness in decision making. And then power over, they will have power over authority, control, or domination. And then they will have power within, sense of confidence. Next, please. So I now conclude like this. If we give everyone the exact same thing, expecting that this will make people equal, it assumes that everyone started out in the same place. And this can be vastly inaccurate because everyone isn't the same. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Professor Petra, you have spoken like a gender person, which you think she is. Please, we can do better than this for her. So, who is the person that's going to translate? All right. Please.
A lo àǹfààní láti kí àwọn bàbá àti àwọn màmá wa tí wọ́n jẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ní àárín wa. Gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n ṣe ní àlàyé fún wa ní ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ tí ó ṣẹ̀ tẹnubọ̀ ipò yìí. Òun ní pé ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Petra tí wọ́n ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́, wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa pé kó má sí ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà láàárín ọkùnrin àti obìnrin. Kárí wípé àwọn lóòótọ́ àgbà pé àwọn ọkùnrin gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀sìn, gẹ́gẹ́ bí àṣà wa ti sọ pé ọkùnrin ni olórí. Ṣùgbọ́n ìyẹn ò túmọ̀ sí pé kí àwọn obìnrin náà má kópa nínú àwọn ìgbòkègbodò, pàápàá jùlọ lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ti àgbẹ̀ dídá oko èyí tó ń lọ lọ́wọ́. Nígbà tá a bá ń sọ nípa pé ipa wo ni a gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ kí àwọn méjèèjì wọ́n jọ kó, nígbà tó ti di pé a fẹ́ máa wá lo ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ láti fi ṣe ohun ọ̀gbìn, kò yẹ ká wí pé àwọn obìnrin náà lè kópa, nítorí pé gẹ́gẹ́ bí iṣẹ́ ìwádìí ti fi hàn pé nínú ìdá 100 àwọn tí wọ́n dáko, obìnrin pàápàá ti kó ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ipa nínú oko dídá. Ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìpèníjà ló ń kojú àwọn obìnrin wa nínú ti dídáko, pàápàá jùlọ tá a bá wo ti agbègbè àṣà. Wọ́n lè sọ pé obìnrin ò gbọ́dọ̀ ṣe nǹkan báyìí, obìnrin ò gbọ́dọ̀ àwọn nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, tí ó sì jẹ́ pé tí obìnrin bá kópa tó jọjú, àǹfààní ló jẹ́ fún ọkọ. Kì í túmọ̀ sí pé bóyá wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ni olórí ọkùnrin, kí a má gbé sí, ká má ṣe àwọn ìkíní wọ̀nyí, ká má ṣe wọ́n gbé sí ara wọn. Wọ́n tún tẹ̀síwájú, wọ́n ní kó máa yé wa wípé ẹ̀hún tó ń ṣe àkóbá púpọ̀ nínú ẹlẹ́yàmẹ̀yà láàárín ọkùnrin àti obìnrin, abo àti akọ, òun ni wípé a rí wípé wọn ò ní àwọn obìnrin wa àti fi wọ́n sípò wípé tán bá nínú ilé ọkọ nínú nǹkan ṣùgbọ́n ọ̀rọ̀ àgbẹ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ iṣẹ́ tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ mọ́ kó tún gbé kó sì gbé àjèjì ni ọ̀rọ̀ tó wà nílẹ̀ yìí kò ṣeé nìkan gbé bí ọkùnrin bá ṣe tira bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni kí obìnrin kórè wípé òun sa ipá takuntakun yóò jẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ pàápàá jùlọ láti lè lo àwọn nǹkan ìgbàlódé ayélujára wọ̀nyí kó lè tètè gẹ̀sẹ̀ járe nípa ti dídáko. Wọ́n wá ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ìpèníjà tó ń kojú àwọn obìnrin náà ni mo ti sọ síwájú pé torí mo kàn sáré yan gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ ẹ̀ ká má gbàgbára wa ní àkókò àwọn bíi àti rí owó yá nígbà míì tán bá fẹ́ yá owó ó tẹ́ ìjọba lọ́rùn tàbí àwọn nílé iṣẹ́ tó bá fẹ́ yá wọn lówó pé ẹ jẹ́ ká yá ọkùnrin o ṣùgbọ́n kò yẹ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ta ló yẹ kí wọ́n fún ní àtìlẹ́yìn tó pọ̀ jù àwọn aláìlágbára tá a rò gẹ́gẹ́ bí obìnrin wa àwọn ló yẹ kó ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn náà fún láti lè jẹ́ kí gbogbo nǹkan kó lọ déédéé nípa èyí nípa àti lo nǹkan àìgbàlódé láti fi dá oko láàárín ọkùnrin àti obìnrin á jẹ́ kó lè yá kíákíá kì í ṣe pé obìnrin sì sọ pé àwa la gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ olórí ní ìtumọ̀ pé káwọn máa jẹ́ kájọ dáko kájọ ṣe nǹkan kan náà papọ̀ ìyàtọ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ kò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ẹ má bínú sí mi tí mo bá tó ìdílé rẹ.
Translator, thank you so much. That reminds me of what my mom told me in those days when the Irish Peace came and they were celebrating in Latin. They were all waiting. All what they wanted to say was at the end. When the priest says Amen, everybody will shout, join and say Amen. So I was only waiting for him to land and I'll clap my hands. Very interesting as it could be. Some take homes. Alaja, Pastor Petro has told you now that whenever you want to prepare power battery for the land, the next what you're going to buy, you should put Alaji Ajala and Mrs. No. What is your wife's name?
My wife's name?
Yes.
Not only one.
Not only one.
So I will list their names.
You list their names.
So I will write Alaji Ajala and Alaja A, Alaja B, Alaja C, Alaja D.
Except where you now want to buy the property for individually.
Okay.
So maybe when the time comes, you consult for the person.
So I will get a number. We have this one after.
Thank you.
Yes.
So I think at this point we have to go for the tea break. We'll come back very quickly. We will come back and then continue with the presentations. Like we said, afterwards we take the questions at the same time for this first group. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I want to be done in the next 6 minutes. 6 minutes, please. Thank you.
Ìmọ̀ràn yìí ìyàwó kan sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀lé àwọn ìmọ̀ràn yẹn dága o, àmọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀lé. Ó sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ̀lé. I cannot follow wọ́n ní agbára lójú àwọn ọmọ tí ọkùnrin máa ní ọkùnrin máa ní ìjà lẹ́yìn wọ́n kàn náà fẹ́ẹ̀ bá ọkùnrin jẹ́ lókè lẹ́yìn bá ọkùnrin lórí ẹ̀dá náà máa já àwùjọ ìdẹ́nu ìwàwá rẹ̀ because láti lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ náà ṣe jẹ́ ó tún jẹ́ káwọn ọkùnrin ìgbèrè kan tí wọ́n ti kan ṣe kọ́nà táwọn gbéra pé ìbóbi yẹn ṣe àwọn èèyàn sì ní ìgbẹ́ tí a lò bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó ṣe káwọn yẹn sáwọn kan ẹ̀ jẹ́ ká lè lọ mọ̀ fún gbogbo bẹ́ẹ̀ káyọ̀ no problem jẹ́ ó yẹ kí a gbọ́ yé pé bí sábà tó pé àǹfààní wà ní ọ̀dọ́ àwọn ayẹyẹ náà tẹ̀lé pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ nígbà tá a sọ. Ó ní pé ọ̀rọ̀ mẹ́wàá mẹ́ta gbà ní ọ̀fẹ́gbà ìjà ọ̀. Ìjọba ṣe ìjọba bá ti yá káwọn òbí yẹn lọ́wọ́ ti lè dá dúró wọ́n á ti àwọn ọkùnrin yẹn sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ tó yẹ. Ó dé jọ́ọ̀sù lọ ní Yorùbá káṣọ́ra gidi òwe.
Nígbà tó ti ọlọ́ba tí ọlọ́ba tí. Ṣé tilẹ̀ gbà ní? Máma ni. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni nù. Ànáìtì ọ̀nà àfàlẹ́ bẹ́tà bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n máa báyìí ń kọ́. Ìyàwó kejì. Ìyàwó kẹta.
Ọlágbára yìí. Ìyá máa ń gbọ́dọ̀ dúró àwọn ní àwọn ọmọ ọdún lọ rí. Ẹ má jẹ́ aṣọ síta yóò bó síbẹ̀. Bàbá tó wà ní kò wá kó báyìí wà lórí méjì nǹkan fún ẹsẹ̀ tó
Ìyá Fẹ́dra.
Má sọ àti wà lẹ́yìn.
Nǹkan mi lọ ń sọ yìí o.
Ẹgbẹ́ má jẹ́ gbé ẹ̀rọ.
Ẹ ń gbọ́. Ẹfún mi wí. Àdèrí láti ṣe ìlú sàn. Ẹ jẹ̀rẹ̀ wá nù. Ẹ̀rọ tó wà láwùjá o. Ṣé ọjà náà lè pọ̀ ká ṣe ń gbà yẹn ká? The activities were fully covered in that annual report. Ada akibat. Ada ada. Wala ko din yung mga post na din manu rin yung iya biar gua.
Obìnrin ẹsẹ̀ lásán báyìí ọmọ mi bá wọn. Wọ́n lè gbọ́ yé, wọ́n náà dẹ̀ máa rí láì tiẹ̀ náà.
Náà ìyàwó méjì.
Ìyàwó méjì bọ̀ gẹ́nẹ́rálì wàhálà ti ṣe o. Ṣé báwa náà wà ní yunifásitì, ọkùnrin 20 lè wà ní hostel. Obìnrin 4 lásán wàhálà ni. Wọ́n á fi ojú, wọ́n á fi demarcate line yẹn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ sì ṣe òde bí o. Tó bá ta fèlèfèlè débẹ̀. Wàhálà bí nìyẹn. Ibẹ̀ lọkùnrin bí ogún dẹ̀ máa wà ní ìsinmi oṣù. Yóò lè ní sí wàhálà. Ṣé special order ni? Yàtọ̀ sí pé I remember when I was in university, this girl who was one of now this sport happening.
Ya betra, kana zama da.
Mrs. Yema Perupe.
Mrs. Pẹ̀lú emergency. Ó máa sọ oúnjẹ bí. Ó máa sọ oúnjẹ bí. That's what you must take care of family. Ọjọ́ kò sí yé. Máa kọjọ.
Náà mo gẹ́gẹ́ ìwé sá. Mo gẹ́gẹ́ ìgbẹ́jẹ́ support ẹ̀. Mrs. and Mr.
Ọwọ́ máa rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ó kó wa ká jẹun.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o, òun ló ní empowerment rẹ̀. Òun tó wà náà.
It's a big issue.
Honestly. Náà bá ronú dáadáa. Sábà gba jọ́sẹ̀ ní ti.
So, kalau ada ini ya, kalau ini apa? Dia boleh dia apa tinggi ya, apa tinggi ya? Bah, orang ini dia ada dia punya fani. Dia cuma jaga tu ini. Kalau dia buat kopi fitwa, buat mana? Kami jadi mau jadi ada ekonomi beli, ada ekonomi
Because àtúntò àwọn single mothers, àwọn the BIMX ó ti pọ̀ gan láwùjọ wa sí. Married.
Ọkọ ti travel
Out.
wọ́n lè lọ ìbọn ìwọ̀n máa ẹ̀ṣọ́ rẹ̀ so ti àdúgbò mi nínú ìyàwó ọkọ mi ìgbà wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wà nílé yẹn jẹ́ pé ó wà
ló máa máa dá sí ìwọ ọ̀pọ̀ tá a máa fowó sọ ọ̀pọ̀ lákòóso kò tó jẹ́.
àbáyé dáhùn ti bá a ṣe ní máa ṣe sí i máa jókòó sílé máa bìbí business and mr pẹ̀lú's house.
And that is one reason why I'm always advocating that as much as we are empowering women, the day that you are not empowered. Because at the end of the day, who is the owner of the owner of the body? Who is the owner of the body?
All right, now welcome back from the tea break. And while the tea break is on, we'll make it a walking tea break while we continue. Okay, so we'll proceed to the next presentation. And the next presentation is Universal Access Policy and the Transformation of the Agriculture Sector. And to be taken by Dr. Nasiru Onyebuchi from the Federal University of Technology, Owerri. Okay, I know we can't clap our hands, but welcome him.
All right. Good morning, professors. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Engineer Dr. Onyebuchi Nasiru. I'm here to make a presentation on Universal Access Policy and the Transformation of Agricultural Sector. Next slide, please. Next. These are the outline. All right. The term Universal Access Policy, access means giving access to the use of internet network. So the word universal access here is talking about telecommunication infrastructure deployment. Telecommunication infrastructure deployment. Of course, we've talked about deploying digital solutions, promoting digital solutions, and all those in rural areas. It can only be enforced or implemented when there is a presence of deployment of wireless network. So, in this case, we are looking at establishing some policies that will be able to give room for universal access. In that universal access, it means equal access, giving equal access to wireless network, both those in the rural areas and those in urban. So we remember our interests especially boils down to the farmers in the rural area. The rationale for universal access, provision of universal basic internet and broadband services towards agricultural sector transformation. Of course, we know that internet access leads to innovation, and innovation brings about economic growth and better livelihood opportunities. So, having access to broadband services gives room for innovation, especially in the agricultural sector. Next slide, please. Now, the benefits of telecommunication infrastructure deployment. Yesterday, we mentioned about some benefits or importance of use of digital tools. And of course, if I have to summarize it, the benefit to enable smart farming. Smart farming encompasses a lot. So once this is deployed, it's going to assist the farmers in the rural area achieve a very good result. Next slide, please. Then government responsibility on telecommunication infrastructure deployment. Specifically, the government, for now I refer is the federal government, because anything that has to do with telecom infrastructure deployment, federal government has a prominent role to play. The government is responsible in creating an enabling environment that includes the elaboration and deployment of incentives for investment in broadband infrastructure in unserved and underserved areas. Yes, it is the duty of federal government to provide the incentive, enabling funding. For that, government should provide subsidies through Universal Access Fund or Service Fund. Yes, this Universal Access Fund or Service Fund, before now, has been made available for infrastructure or telecommunication infrastructure deployment in rural areas. The agency in charge of it is the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, and the unit in charge of that is the NIDA, the National Information Technology Development Agency. So government certainly must provide the Universal Service Fund for universal access to telecommunication services in rural areas. The subsidies give private sector operators incentive to provide telecommunication services in the rural area, because that fund, what it does is that wireless network operators or vendors, they are profit driven, and in the rural areas, of course, deployment of their devices is very expensive. If you quantify it, it cannot give them what they expected in terms of income. They will not. So the only way it's been achieved is government providing subsidies to supplement this. The government should provide investment, that is private-public partnership model in relation to both supply and demand creation pertaining to broadband network infrastructure deployment for rural areas. Yes, government, the police should be able to establish that and promote PPP. The government should make land available for installation of mobile towers and have clear policies and precision in the role of government agencies in the document approval. In this case, land. Provision of this infrastructure, certainly you have to acquire the land. And many times, acquiring or leasing the land is expensive. And you know, Land Use Act, each state has, governors has authority over the land. So, in this case, for us to achieve this, federal government per se, has a lot of role to play in especially providing land where some of these equipment could be installed. In order to reduce the cost of deployment, government should encourage and implement infrastructure sharing. What I mean by infrastructure sharing here is deployment of telecommunication infrastructure is extremely expensive. To deploy a mass runs over 300 to 400 million. Yes, so, and just like I said, the network operators are profit driven. They want to deploy their devices where they will make gain. So, providing infrastructure, telecom infrastructure in the rural area where they know that they might not be able to make profit. So, in that case, our government should encourage infrastructure sharing. Infrastructure sharing is whereby 2 or 3 network operators could share to others base station. In that infrastructure, we will have what we call passive infrastructure sharing and active infrastructure sharing. For that passive, we talked about the tower, erecting the tower, and anything that has to do with power supply, the generator, the solar, and the land as well. Those things are very expensive to acquire. So government should encourage infrastructure sharing in the rural area. Next, please. Then universal access policy. So the principle of universal access is to promote access to telecommunication infrastructure. We know that telecommunication infrastructure deployment, of course, gives room for broadband network services. Objectives. The Universal Access Policy aims to accelerate the penetration of affordable, good quality and efficient telecommunication services, including good quality access to internet to the underserved and unserved region. So in this case, the objective of this access policy is penetration in the rural area, and the network has to be affordable by the farmers. It has to take good quality, reliable, and very efficient. Then the policy provide ICT services in unserved and underserved area where operators are reluctant to operate due to the uncertainty of recovering their investments. That's like I said earlier. Some of these operators are maybe reluctant to deploy their services in those areas because of profits. So government has to deploy some mechanisms to help them, to regain that. Reduce the digital divide between urban and rural areas and ensure more balanced distribution of ICT services to all the population. These are responsibility of the government. They have promoted the development of local ICT-based businesses and contribution to the expansion of ICT network coverages. Stimulate the development of local private business communities by providing suitable communication tools to facilitate interaction and exchange of goods and services within remote business communities. Yes, this is equally very necessary, and especially achieving local private businesses in the communities. They promote the use of ICT applications, social, cultural, and economic-oriented programs to improve the standard of life of local communities, particularly in the rural area. And we talk about in e-health, in e-education, e-learning, e-governance, and e-commerce. These are the objectives and responsibility of the federal government and through their agencies, the media. Please, next slide. We're still under objective. We mobilize available resources to policy, regulation and funding to provide telecommunication access to the community. We're still talking about the funding using the Universal Access Fund. Then increase expansion of learning opportunities, the acquisition and provision and sharing of information. Subsequently, we are going to talk about the idea of establishing community resource centers that achieve increased access to the information and communication network by all people in a way that enhances economic inclusion and participation. This one has to talk about measures. There must be measures to do that so that the cost, because coming to the farmer's perspective, it could be expensive for them to use. So government has a major role to play. Now, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Then, go back. The tax. These are tax expected from the government. Federal government to create proactive universal access framework. And this proactive universal access framework has to address, one, promote the adoption of measures such as suppression of duties and tax on ICT equipment. So of course, we know that importation of ICT equipment is very exorbitant. So import duties, government, once you want to implement this, government is expected to possibly reduce the import duties even to zero. Let them just encourage importation of it and only the ICT equipment. Promote competition among telecom operators in such a way as to foster universal access. Yes, government has to deploy some mechanism to do that. So that among the network operators, they will be able to take action in rural deployment. Then adopt co-location approach in telecommunication infrastructure deployment. That co-location means something as infrastructure sharing. The idea of this is, if these are not, policies are not implemented or approved by the federal government, it is difficult for them to penetrate into the rural areas. The idea of sharing equipment, despite the fact that government has to provide a major funding as a universal access fund, then encourage them by ensuring that For us to penetrate, for them to penetrate, the network operator to penetrate in the rural area, some of these things policy should be considered and approach. The number two, creation of universal access fund, which I've been talking about. Federal government is the major role, and like I said earlier, the agency responsible is communication and digital economy. Underneath that, provision of universal access fund to facilitate the quick rollout of telecommunication infrastructure in rural, unserved and underserved areas in Nigeria. The private sector resources, yes, this area the private sector comes in. The private sector could contribute to the fund could be in form of grants, form of donation and so on. This is more appropriate for promoting the expansion of access to new services. Yes, federal government will do, then private sectors will equally come into play. Then rural development fund support. Under this, the state governments, the NGOs, and corporate agencies should complement the effort of the federal government in the provision of a universal access fund in contributing to the achievement of universal access objective by providing local needs for basic ICT infrastructure development in rural areas. The next slide, please. Then also imposition of universal access obligation on licensed operators to ensure delivery of services in underserved area. Federal governments should equally develop a strategy to improve the network operators, giving them matching order mandates once all those conditions have been met and provided. Harnessing terrestrial and satellite network, Nigerian communication satellite, to complement with the microwave and fiber optic broadband rollout, especially in rural areas, so that deployment of wireless network of broadband is expensive. And currently, where we are now is deployment of fiber optics, laying of fiber optics, which of course we know is broadband very high speed and give you a real-time application or real-time information. The challenge is that the rollout of the fiber optic may not be able to transverse in the rural areas depending on the terrain. So in this case, the deployment of microwave technology could equally come in. That is a situation where some rural areas where you discover that fiber optics will not be able to be laid and the installation of base stations will not be able to. Then this is where federal government comes into to complement provision of those wireless network in those areas by the Nigerian communication satellite. They provide broadband service. They did not shoot satellites that will cover that place so that within that rural area they will be able to have access to the network. The principle for universal access service. There are some principles. These are when you are deploying this or providing universal access, there are some principles that you should put in place. That these are your marching order, what we intend that the network should be performed. One is affordability. It is expected that the network, the broadband services should be affordable, considering rural areas, because if it's not affordable or possibly at zero rates for those in rural areas, especially farmers, because our interest here is farmers in the rural area. Otherwise, so if it is not affordable, I think it's not going to encourage it. Some of them may not have that interest of utilizing digital tools. Now, quality of service, of course, under that quality of service, the network should be reliable. The network should be reliable and stand the test. Then the availability, because most of the times in the rural area there could be some outbreak or issue that requires real-time information. And if the network is not reliable, of course, they may miss the point of getting that information as at when. Now, availability, of course, is expected to be available all the time. Then sustainability, there is room to maintain, to sustain it, to stand the test of time. So these are some of the things, the policies that, when implemented, should look into this, the principles for universal access service. Next slide, please. Then government tax to enhance digital literacy among farmers. Yes. So I included this in it. One of the tasks is government is expected to raise advocacy for digital literacy in the rural areas, highlighting the empowerment opportunity as well as the benefits of being digitally literate to farmers and members of rural communities. There is room to raise this advocacy. And just like I said earlier, advocacy could be from implementation, developing the community resource centers where the farmers could be trained. Then establishing a national digital literacy program for rural communities, call it Rural Digital Literacy Initiatives, especially by NINDA. They are responsible in this. By building community tele-resource center, I call it community tele-resource center. It's encompassing where farmers are trained. Okay, the functions of CTR, let me read it out. One is to train the farmers in the rural area on the use of ICT for economic development. The center aims at ensuring that ICT is accessed within the community. The center will facilitate farmers access to market information center for community development mobilization, small-scale businesses, e-agric and community health provision. The center is meant to provide wireless connectivity and quality assured portals for farmers in the rural areas. And the center should, yes, of course, typically equipped. It's supposed to have here a network, equipped with network of computers, internet access, and application software for ICT training and other e-services to the community. Next slide, please. Now, the challenges in telecommunication infrastructure deployment in rural areas. Of course, there are numerous challenges in deployment, of which I have made some of them. Number one is poor or inadequate supporting infrastructure and access to basic amenities like road and electricity. This supporting infrastructure for the network operators to deploy in the rural area, there is need for supporting infrastructure or fund from the federal government. And also the road and the electricity. The electricity is very important to make a challenge because to power those infrastructure equipment requires electricity. Then difficult terrain. High cost of installation ICT infrastructure, the multiple taxation by the state and local government authorities in addition to what is being paid to the federal government. Multiple taxation is equally one of the things that mar them. The federal government will tax them, state will tax, and local government will tax again. So, and government policy, source of funding, sustainability of the deployed infrastructure, and also security issues. These are issues. Installation of those things could be vandalized and so on. Next slide, please. Then the suggested remedies. Government policymakers will have to strive to build sustainable business model that support the investment in telecommunication infrastructure in the rural areas. Also, government should create support mechanisms to support private sector investment in telecommunication infrastructure deployment in rural area through the provision of ancillary tools for funding. Then the share of which I have explained before, co-location should be incorporated, and the use of terrestrial network to complement with the fiber optic rollout, especially in rural area, which I've equally talked about. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Then potential, these are the potential agricultural ecosystem players. And we have them, we have the Federal Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development that provides overall policy directions for agricultural sector. We have the Federal Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy that provides overall policy direction for implementation of digital technology and innovation in agriculture. And we have the NIDA that regulate and coordinate the use of digital technology and innovation for agriculture. So in the rural area, of course, these agencies are responsible. Then we have the NIGECOM site. Then the state and local governments are to provide the right political and business environment for digital agriculture and support federal government implementation. Also, the licensed telecommunication operators will have in Nigeria. Next slide. Suggested incentives to farmers on the use of digital tools. Now, of course, just like I said, that farmers are often either not willing or do not have means to pay extra for digital services. Some of these things could obscure or mar them from using this. So some of the suggestions are government and private sectors should cover the cost on the use of digital tools, including provision of low-cost data assets. Low-cost data assets. Then public financials should be implemented as one way to cover the fixed cost and enable digital tools to be developed and implemented by farmers. This is very necessary. Development of a workable model whose activities shall be based on cordial partnership agreements with the local government, the national and international research agencies, and national meteorological agency, and so on. Then the translation to local language for some farmers in rural area who could find it difficult to interpret is equally very necessary. And these are some of the functions of the community resource centers to do. Then remember also that in the app, we have developed app now that can convert English to depending on your local languages. Research centers could help by providing a universal framework for evaluating and standardizing digital tools and consolidating a systematic review process to inform government and private sector about the gaps and investments. So those community research centers are very important. They have a lot of prominent role to play in the communities. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. In conclusion, agricultural production, of course, we say is the key to economic development. The provision of universal telecommunication access in rural area remain an essential tool for agricultural development. Then this implementation of universal access fund remain very pivotal to universal telecommunication infrastructure deployment in rural areas. Also, government should develop encouraging modalities to enable the use of digital tools among farmers. Thank you for.
Ní ṣókí ní èdè abínibí wa, ohun tí ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n Nasiru Oyèbùjí láti ilé ẹ̀kọ́ ti ìjọba àpapọ̀ ti tẹkinọ́lọ́jì ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ láti Òwèrì tí wọ́n sáré fi tó wa létí. Òun náà ni wípé wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa àǹfààní àti èròǹgbà láti jẹ́ tí ó lè bá àgbéyìnde àyípadà bá ìmọ̀ ti ọ̀gbìn tàbí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ nípa lílo ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn àǹfààní fún àwọn àgbẹ̀. Wọ́n sọ nípa wípé ìmọ̀ kárí ayé tàbí àǹfààní kárí ayé èyí tó jẹ́ wípé àjọba lè ṣe fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ yìí kó lè nípa àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n lè ṣe kán rí wípé ìkànsíra ẹni ó délé ó dóko bí wọ́n ṣe ń ṣe ní ìgboro kán máa ṣe ní ìgbèríko fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ náà. Bákan náà bí wọ́n bá ṣe ń ṣe ti ìkànsíra ẹni ọ̀rọ̀ yíyáni ní owó kó dé ilé kó dóko tí ìjọba àpapọ̀ bá wá ń gbìyànjú kí àwọn tó jẹ́ ìjọba ti ìbílẹ̀ káwọn náà kí wọ́n má fàwọ́ gbé tán káwọn náà kí wọ́n rí wípé àwọn ṣe ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àǹfààní lórí àwọn nǹkan. Yàtọ̀ sí eléyìí ohun tí wọ́n tún fi tó wa létí náà ni wípé bí a bá ń sọ nípa ọ̀nà tí ìjọba gbọ́dọ̀ gbà láti rí wípé àwọn àǹfààní yìí ṣí sílẹ̀ fún àgbẹ̀ ní àwọn àgbẹ̀ wa tó wà ní ìgbèríko wọ́n gbọ́dọ̀ rí wípé àwọn àgbẹ̀ tó wà ní ìgbèríko náà ní gbogbo ohun tá a fi fẹ́ fún wọn ní ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ lórí ìkànsíra ẹni ní ti ìgbàlódé yìí gbapà ó gbọ́dọ̀ wà ní àkọsílẹ̀ ní èdè abínibí wọn tí ó bá yẹ pé agbègbè ilẹ̀ Ìgbò ni ohun tí wọ́n yí ògbèrè tó jẹ́ ti èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì wọ́n yí sí ti Ìgbò tó bá yẹ pé ní ìtòsí Yorùbá wọ́n yí sí ti Yorùbá tó bá yẹ pé ti Haúsá kó wà ní ilẹ̀ Haúsá á lè jẹ́ kí gbogbo kan ìkórè ó délé ó dé òko àti pé wọ́n tún gbọ́dọ̀ di owó orí èyí tí ìjọba ń gbà lórí wípé a fẹ́ gbé àwọn iléeṣẹ́ tí wọ́n ń ṣe ètò ìkànsíra ẹni kan rí wípé wọ́n dìbò débi pé àwọn tó wà ní ìgbèríko àwọn tó ní iléeṣẹ́ ìyá lè lọ ṣe fún wọn àwọn náà ní àǹfààní tẹ́ ẹ bá wo ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn bàbá àti màmá tó wà ní ìgbèríko wọn ò ní àǹfààní láti kànsíra pẹ̀lú ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ti tẹlifóònù torí pé kíní tí à ń lò kò dé ọ̀hún ṣùgbọ́n gbogbo eléyìí wọ́n sọ pé ó lè ràn wá lọ́wọ́ nígbà tí ìjọba bá ti ṣí àǹfààní sílẹ̀ fún àwọn tí wọ́n ń ṣe ìkànsíra ẹni fún àwọn náà wọ́n dín owó wọn kù kí wọ́n lè náwó ja ìkànsíra ẹni ní gbogbo àgbáńlá ayé èyí á tún jẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ kó tó bọ̀ tẹ̀síwájú kó lè gbé pẹ́ẹ́lí sí i débi wípé yóò gágá láti wípé kò sí ibikíbi ní àgbáńlá ayé tí ọ̀rọ̀ iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ tí ó wàá jẹ́ kó pakasọ a ò ní lè ní àǹfààní láti gbọ́ lọ́tún lósì nípàdé èyí gbogbo ohun tí wọ́n sọ ní ṣókí òun náà ni wípé àti ìjọba àpapọ̀ àti ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ àti ìjọba ti ìbílẹ̀ kí wọ́n rí wípé wọ́n ṣe ètò èyí tí ó jẹ́ kí ìkànsíra ẹni tí ó máa jẹ́ kí àyípadà rere bá iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ jákèjádò wọ́n rí wípé wọ́n ṣe é ní ìrọ̀rùn. Ó jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ ṣùgbọ́n torí pé àkókò wa mi ò jẹ́ kí á lè jù báyìí mo dúpẹ́ tẹ́ fún mi ní àǹfààní láti ṣe ògbúfọ̀ ohun tí wọ́n sọ fún wa ní ṣókí.
Thank you very much. We want to appreciate Dr. Onyebuchi Busari for that presentation. All right, very quickly. Okay, not serious. Professor. Okay, sir. Thank you very much. So we want to go to the last presentation before the question and answer. Please let's do well to write down questions, our questions for the presenters. Okay, so very quickly, representing Professor M.A. Busari from Smart Soil Project in Funab, I want to welcome Mr. Aziz Sadiq to come and take his presentation. So it will be done in the next 15 minutes and then we'll take question and answer. Let's put hands together for him.
MC, please, before the presenter starts, I was wondering whether you wanted those of us here to break our necks because we keep turning almost 70 degrees to see what's on the screen. Yesterday, I had a screen here yesterday that we could view. What happened to me today?
So let that be done immediately.
Please, make it I did say before we started that today is expected to be better than we had yesterday. And almost all the things we had yesterday were all gone. Thanks, the host, which is the Dean of Professor Tuperu. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to video which has happened, especially with Professor Oji Lawi Baje Marisa. Also permit me to greet our farmers in a special way, and from there I will literally enter my presentation. Saying Abela, ṣé ọ̀yọ́ ní kí n sọ àbẹ́gbà àbíjẹ̀bù lórí rẹ̀ rí wà lẹ́ọ̀ ló fa máa ọ̀nà. So ẹ máa bá mi gbóni yìí kí n tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ mi. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ iṣẹ́ òwò wa ẹni kò ṣiṣẹ́ á máa jalè oko dídá láì sí ọgbọ́n àti òye kò ní gbé. Kí ló máa dà? Gbèsè ló dà. Thank you very much. Ṣé kí n ti kọ́ sà? Wọ́n ní iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ iṣẹ́ okòwò wa ẹni kò ṣiṣẹ́ á máa jalè oko dídá láì sí ọgbọ́n àti òye kò ní gbé o gbèsè ni ó dà. Thank you, sir. The reason why I started from that Yoruba song, or probably I should just translate it. The meaning is the business of farming. The farming itself is a business. Yes, because it requires profit and loss. It requires investment and profit. So, say Okodida lies your bone. The farming without knowledge and understanding is not complete. Otherwise, it results into what? It's loss. Now, the part where the solution comes in is the Ogbon and the Oye.
And that's why the son has been branded. The original version is not that, it has been branded as a result of development in technology. So thank you very much for coming. So my presentation, my name is Aziz Sadiq Oluwaseyi. I'm the monitoring evaluation and field officer 1 of Smart Cell Project. And I'm standing in for my boss, the co-leader of Smart Cell Project, Professor Mutiaola Lebusa, who is unavoidably absent and under assignment outside the country. So he sends apologies and he wants to be here really because plans have been made for the other engagements. So he sends apologies. Now, this topic, promoting digital solutions for agri-producers. Ìtumọ̀ ní pé báwo la ṣe lè ṣe ìgbélárugẹ àwọn ọ̀nà ìgbàlódé náà lè fi ṣọ̀kan nínú Nàìjíríà tí àwọn yìí. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I thought I could do Yoruba English. So first things first, what is digital agriculture? Oh, thank you. So first things first, what is digital agriculture? It's the use of digital technologies to improve agricultural productivity, sustainability, and profitability. Yeah. Let me give you an example. I was watching a video. A woman in Alaide village in Oyo State, Ado-Awaye. Before surgery, there's a bigger country, cassava processing factory in Ado-Awaye called surgery. They process cassava into a lot of things. Sorbitol, edible starch, laundry starch, and rest. This woman said before surgery came to that village, she was doing 0.5 acres, maximum 1 acre. Because what he and her family can eat, and you probably sell a little. People come from Ibadan to buy their produce and they dictate the price and they will buy it from the farmers that will actually produce it. So she now said when surgery came, she gave them tractors, gave them herbicides and extension agents to also carry them. From that she was able to scale up from maximum of 1 acre to 10 acres now. So this improvement has improved agricultural productivity. She's sustaining it from time to time. And then there's profitability in the business now. So imagine now if we put digital agriculture into the mix, we will do much more. Digital agriculture involves the integration of advanced technologies, data analytics, artificial intelligence, robotics, and likes. An information system, the one we are trying to build in Smart Soil, we are trying to build soil information system. All these put together improves efficiency in agriculture. You can also collect a lot of data that you can use for these processes and practices. Next slide. There is need for a paradigm shift because in the past, global population is growing and it's putting pressure on the resources we have. The land that we have, for example, for farming. Adron estate is everywhere, they are buying all the land. Yotomi estate, somewhere, Sweet estate, Bitter estate, they are buying all the land. This is for available for agriculture. So the little land we have, we need to conserve it and use it judiciously. Traditional farming methods are not sustainable anymore. Farmers can't do the land following, for example. They can't leave the land around and wait on that because Adon has bought it. They can't do crop rotation because the land is so little, they need to produce much more to feed the population that is growing at an alarming rate. So we need to bring digital agriculture to the mix, which will give us the promising solution to the challenges of food production and also help their agri-producers, like I said earlier, to increase their productivity, efficiency, and sustainability. Now, what are the benefits of digital agriculture? Next slide, please. Digital agriculture, and one of the benefits of digital agriculture, it allows you to be precise in what you are doing, gives you recommendations that are precise, gives you technologies that are precise. An example is the use of what we call variable rate technology, powered by remote sensing and IoT. You are sure of, by doing remote sensing, you will know the nutrient dynamics of your land. And you are sure which area is needing more fertilizer and where there is more water, more irrigation to be done, and where there is more pest infestation where you need to spray. You know precisely. So you don't just do blanket application of fertilizer, blanket irrigation, and stuff like that. So digital agriculture helps you. And also it helps you be efficient. Somebody was talking about FX market yesterday, that you can be somewhere, probably in the UK or the US, and monitoring your farm in probably Otepo village in Oyo State, or probably Alaide village in Ado-Awaye. it is easily done. You can monitor even pilfering, even stealing of your eggs, of your cashew nuts, and the likes on your farm. That's what precision agriculture gives you. Data analytics also, big data analytics can be used to identify patterns, trends, crop performance, and disease outbreak. For example, we take the data about fall armyworm, for example, and you know that, okay, in the past period of 4 years, fall armyworm comes at probably 4 or 3 weeks at the of maize. You can use that data to say, okay, at 3 weeks or at 2 weeks, start to treat your crops, start to spray your crops or with fall armyworm prevention and stuff like that. So you can also use big data to also analyze the market and say, okay, at this period is where there is highest price, so sell at this period. This period is the lowest price in the market, sell low at this period. You can also predict the yield using data. For example, Akilimo, by God's grace, I was part of the thematic of Akilimo of Akai, led by my Ogazi, Professor Olaoye. Akilimo is backed by feed data that we took when we established the experiment, and also 22 years of cassava research is all put together to build Akilimo. And today people are enjoying it, farmers are using it. In fact, AGRF 2023 just ended in Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Akilimo was one of the tools that was showcased there in AGRF. So it's a veritable tool that is backed by big data analysis, and so artificial intelligence. So that's part of the benefit of that. The supply chain management, data technologies like blockchain can be used to monitor produce from farm to consumption. Yeah, I was in John Vance, a cocoa processing company in the state last year. So, and they were talking that they want to be tracing the quality of cocoa from the source. So, if they know the source, they can be sure that this person, okay, this farm has credibility in the quality of cocoa and stuff. So, they want to be sure. So, big data blockchain can help you to monitor which farm this cocoa came from, where it is being processed, the market that is sold to, and then who, even up to the person that bought it. Because if you are selling, if you want to go to the mall to buy a product, they will scan the barcode of that product at the counter before you pay. So they are sure, and you will pay. So they link the product you bought to the card that you use to pay. So you can be sure from farm to consumption where these products are using blockchain technology. Even if there are defects, for example, there's food poisoning and stuff like that, they can monitor. For example, let me use the example of manufacturing now. Toyota, at the point they will say, oh, we discovered that some of our airbags, some of our cars has defects in airbag. So they will just look for the batch number and call back those vehicles and correct the anomaly. These are some of the digital technologies that we can use in agriculture. So application is vast. According to Nezamova and the Soviet 2022, in their findings, they said agriculture can solve a lot of issues in agriculture and make it easier for us to do. Next slide, please. So, what are the challenges that is making these technologies not at scale already? For example, in Sub-Saharan Africa alone, according to Adam and Todd 2019, in their digital culture reports, they found out that in Sub-Saharan Africa alone, there are over 400 digital culture solutions they use. But why are they making minimal impact? Why? These are some of the reasons. The high cost. For example, a drone, a cultural drone, can cost between $5,000, $20,000, $50,000, depending on the payload it can carry and technology that is embedded in it. Even all these, some of these apps, the FS market that I talked about yesterday, you need to subscribe for license for some of them, and farmers will likely not be able to pay for it. You understand? So these are some of the issues that accompanies digital agriculture. Lack of access. I went to a farm in Ido, from Ilaju. Before you get to that, just Ido local government, from Ilaju to that farm, if you take a new bike that is very functional, it's for 5 minutes. If you go with your car, probably a Hilux or something, is 1 hour. If you go with a smaller car, you can spend more than that. And then coming back is also an issue because of the road. There is no effect. And so a group of researchers recently in the country that I don't know how to mention, they went to a farm. From the road to where the motoring road ends is 6 hours. And then from there they will take another bike, bikeable road for under 20 minutes. And then from there, they take another 20 minutes walk to where the farm is actually is. When they are going back, they will do the same. So they conclude that okay, the next time we are going to this farm, we are going to go with a chopper. But how many people can afford a chopper? So these are the issues. If roads are available, farmers will be able to do their work. And then digital infrastructure, internet connectivity, someone talking about digital connectivity earlier. In these places, the one I said about Bado, you have to climb a tree or go on top of a rock before you can call, and if you don't use internet. Once you shift to that spot, you are gone. So those are some of the issues. Data security and privacy. Some people find it difficult to give you their data because they don't know where to end. If you ask the farmer, Baba, you'll be like, don't ask me that one. Ọmọdún mélòó ní sá ẹni ọdún mélòó ní ayé tí wọ́n dàgbà ṣe kí ní kan náà ṣàbí ṣá they are reluctant to give this data because they are not sure what it will end and some other things like that. Also, lack of skills. How many farmers can fly a drone? Yeah. How many farmers can even do this thing, use these apps on their own? Even among the learned farmers, how many of them can fly a drone and stuff like that? So these skills is also impeding the growth of data culture. Also, sustainability challenge. Some of these apps, some of these data solutions needs to be sustained as they need to be updated from time to time. It's another issue because if we dictate piper, if we place the piper, dictate the tune. Once the funding stops, the tool also might become useless if sustainability is not factored into it. And that's one of the reasons why I'm proud of Akilimo, because after the project ended, there was Oloye and some others. I was part of the IITA scaling team for 3 months. And after that, African Plant Nutrition Institute, Professor Busari and Professor Oloye did an intervention where we collaborated with IITA and we were able to scale Akilimo to 1,000 farmers in Ekiti, Ondo, and Osun, and Palo State, and Oyo State, and Ogun State. So, these are some of the efforts that I made to actually build up this digital culture. Next slide, please. Because we are in a university community, we also need to look at the angle of research. Because some of these claims need to be put to test and be standardized and be reported and put in knowledge. Okay, we tried this and this was we agreed. So some of the key findings of digital culture from research studies are. One of them is Chandra and Police 2021, a recent study. Saying smart farming technologies can enhance agricultural efficiency, transparency, profitability, and equity. It's a story of the woman in Alaide village in Aduawaye, who has been doing 0.5 acres before and now does 10 hectares and more now. Also, Komikoba et al. 2021 found that digital technologies can boost labor productivity and product quality. Let me say a story here. A friend of mine in Oyo town, because I'm from Oyo town. Oyo town, his mother has a plot of land. They bought 2 plots, so they built on 1 plot and another plot. So from his bedroom, you can see his farm, his tomato farm. So it's at his own comfort, he does his farming. So he said, he told me that if he wants to control or prevent fungi infection, tomato infection, pest invasion, disease prevention, he said he sprays his farm. You know, tomato, you have to spray up and down the leaves and stuff like that. He says he carry nothing less than 8 knapsack sprayers. Each time he wants to spray, just 1 plot of land. If no I can't remember figure. He said he carries 8 knapsack and sprays. A drone can do it for you in 5-10 minutes, just 1 plot of land. So digital culture reduces labor, boosts labor productivity because you have time to do some other things. You just buy the drone and go. You can even create a flight path for the drone. Baba go and be chilling with his wife. The drone will come back, and then come back to the starting point and to rest itself. It will just come and put the drone inside. So and there are some other products like that makes work easier and faster. Product quality. A robot, for example, can pick your fruits without contamination. Unlike somebody can just finish applying fertilizer now and then go and harvest tomato. You know, these robots, they just do their thing and we are sure of product quality. So real-time decision-making, resource conservation are two key benefits of digital agriculture according to Canberra and Jessica et al. 2019. If you do your remote sensing for nutrient dynamics of your soil, you are sure to know that okay, this area is where I will put more fertilizer, this area doesn't need fertilizer, this area I will use less fertilizer. This area I will plant rice, this area I will plant tomato, this area I will plant oil palm and stuff like that. So these are some of the findings that are done that we've seen that promotes digital agriculture. So what are these digital solutions? Digital agriculture, like I said earlier, can optimize crop management decisions, irrigation, fertilization, pest control, data analytics can be used to prevent and predict a lot of things. Supply chain management, like I said earlier, remote sensing, robotics. A robot can go and harvest your fruits. Can harvest your fruits. You go and say, okay, this fruit is yellow, don't harvest. This one is red, harvest, depending on the programming that you give to it. So, like I said, digital solutions transform the agricultural landscape and comes with a lot of benefits. So, what are these digital solutions that are available? Slide 10. What are these digital solutions that are available? Mobile application, for example, for farmers. An example is Aquilino. An example is AgroMall. An example is Farm Quick. Apex Economics, Ignitia, and stuff like that. Aquilino, like as someone said earlier, can give you recommendation in 4 use cases. Fertilizer recommendation in cassava, intercropping with maize, schedule planting, which allows you to have cassava on your farm for the all year round. You can plan and say, okay, from January to December, these are the periods that we have, and you will harvest it sequentially like that. So we are always in business. When there is peak, when there is glut, when there is scarcity, we are always in business. And the last one is best planting practices. Should I reach? Should I harrow? Should I reach plow once? Should I plow twice? When should I apply herbicide? What kind of herbicide? These are the things Aquilino tells you in cassava production. You can head out to Google Play Store and download it. It's not available on iPhone because I know farmers now use iPhone now. Prof took me to Adobe recently. I saw a farmer that uses iPhone, I think 6 or something. I was wow. So our farmers are new. Yeah. So next one, part of digital solution, e-wallet system. An example is Pada, and recently OPay, PalmPay, Momo. These are some solutions that are available to our farmers and they use. Farm Crowdy allows people for crowdfunding, for inputs and the likes for farmers. Also, an example is the Growth Enhancement Support Scheme of the Agricultural Transformation Agenda of President Jonathan, underseen by the current AFD president, Dr. Abdul, where inputs goes directly to the farmers and their monitor using their phones. You know, it was a game changer then because farmers had access to this, are able to do serious farming. So now, our personal solutions are precision agriculture solutions, like I said earlier. Early tractor is like an Uber for tractors. We use IoT to connect people that need tractor services to actual tractor owners, and then they do a lot of business on that. Fine. So also cropping, farm force, AI-based farming solutions across the value chain of farmers. So also, FUNAM is also at the forefront of providing digital solutions. An example is the FUNAM early warning system from our colleagues in the DJI, Professor Oyedepo, Professor Ajiboye, and the likes. And then Plant Doctor is also available, and Smart Soil Project, the one we are doing. We are trying to build soil information system for farmers, site-specific soil information system, such that the farmer in his farm, by getting the location of his farm, and be able to know the level of nitrogen, level of phosphorus, potassium, and get fertility and crop stability advice at the end of the day. That's the project goal, and that's what we are trying to achieve by those goals. Yeah. So there are a lot of more prospects as digital revolution comes up. So successful implementation stories. Dangote Sugar is using that satellite data while sensing to scout the areas of their field that needs attention. And then they use drones to spray fertilizer and the likes. The data is available on the EOS.com. Also, Agrion is an integrator company in Ukraine. It utilizes remote sensing for crop monitoring and management, benefiting both large and smallholder farmers. An Indian farmer, as well on YouTube, uses drone to monitor his greenhouses. You know, if you can saw an area, and this area is torn, you say, okay, you go and quickly take care of that. Because it is a large place, you can't do it with your own eyes. So it flies his drone, look at the area view, and then so this area needs attention, go there and do it. They also have used it to spray fertilizer and some other things, crop management practices. So sustainability and environmental impact of digital solutions in agriculture. You save water, you don't just use water anyhow. Through agriculture, pesticide and fertilizer use is regulated. Both safety and traceability can be done, and then other solutions. So how do we promote digital agriculture? Provide solutions to the issues we are raised above, subsidies and grants to farmers, trainings like this to farmers, infrastructure development, roads, internet. Internet, for example, now there is what we call Starlink by Elon Musk, the richest man in the world. Starlink can be taken anywhere and you connect to internet. You know, these are some of the technologies that can be employed. So data security and policies should be aggressively pursued. And then capacity training on digital skills, access to online resources and tools. For example, Akidimo has a repository for all its resources. You know, the app, the printed guides, the videos, and everything. Akidimo has a repository for that, and it's available for anybody that wants to use it. So these are some of the things that we have. So, creating partnerships with technology providers such as institutions. I said earlier that we are able to reach over 1,000 farmers. Just a small project, a small intervention, over 1,000 farmers. This was done with ECADEP in the state, OSADEP in the state, OSADEP in Osun, OGADEP in Ogun, and F1 and D, I think so, in Oyo State. So, these are the synergies like that to promote what's it called, digital agriculture. And then sharing best practices through gap training and the likes. So collaborations also, and then policy regulations also, like my guy who just finished the presentation said, if you incentivize innovation, more people will come up with more other ideas, develop infrastructure, then so this not some of the non-digital agricultural promotion efforts. Our Vice Chancellor is the biggest promoter of digital agriculture that I've seen so far. One of these was the FUNAB Alumni Convention in 2023, which topic was on leading agricultural innovation, the role of big data, blockchain, artificial intelligence in driving the economy. Was a game changer. It was a reference point for so many digital agriculture discussion on this campus. It was at that the conference that they were thinking of establishing Tech Hub in FUNAB here, where people can go and learn how to assemble drones and stuff like that. So even at that, after that, the Smart Soil Project recently organized capacity building for researchers on this same digital agriculture, where we are shown how the drone is flown, the drone in operation, and some other information are dished out. So also, the first one, the alumni lecture, I was the secretary of that committee. I'm also part of Smart Soil Project, and even the Vice Chancellor organized and chaired the finance extension workshop on the use of command drones in various fields. So I ask this question: what are your personal goals to deliver, to promote digital agriculture? Let's add this goal, and then turn this down, then work aggressively towards it. Either you're a farmer or a researcher or anybody, or a private sector person. So some of the references consulted. Thank you very much.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí àǹfààní ní ṣókí ẹ̀yin bàbá àti ẹ̀yin màmá tẹ̀wọ̀ ní ìkàlẹ̀ ohun tí wọ́n gbìyànjú láti sọ fún wa òun náà ni wípé bí a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa lílo iṣẹ́ ìgbélárugẹ àgbẹ̀ ìgbàlódé. Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ìgbàlódé ni lílo àwọn èròjà àwọn ohun èlò láti fi ṣe iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ kí ó sì lè jẹ́ ohun amáyédẹrùn fún àgbẹ̀. Wọ́n wá ní kí ni àwọn oríṣiríṣi àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n lè ṣe iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ìgbàlódé ó máa ń mú kí iṣẹ́ kó yá kọ́mọ́kọ́mọ́. Kódà ibi tí èèyàn ti ń lo ọkọ́ pẹ̀lú ohun tí à ń sọ lọ́wọ́ pé lílo iṣẹ́ ìgbàlódé yìí, tí èèyàn bá lòun lo yàrá kan yìí tó bá máa lò láàárín wákàtí kan, ṣùgbọ́n tó bá lo ohun ìgbàlódé láàárín ìṣẹ́jú mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún ó lè ti fẹ́ ro gbogbo ohun tí gbogbo inú ọgbà yìí ó ti fẹ́ lò ó ti fẹ́ ro tán. Ó máa ń jẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ kó yá. Bákan náà wọ́n sọ nípa pé kéèyàn àbáyọ sí àti jẹ́ kí nǹkan báyìí kí ó rọrùn fún olórí tẹ̀lẹ́mù. Ohun tó wá ń gbìyànjú àti sọ ní pé ọ̀nà tó lè gbà láti rọrùn náà ni wípé kí àwọn kíní katakata kó wà. Bákan náà àwọn nǹkan tí a lè fi àwọn ẹ̀rọ ayárapá tí a pè ní drone tó lè fi wọ́n lè lò láti fi fún èmi ní gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí èrè oko ni wọ́n tún lè lò láti fi rí wípé wọ́n fi àwọn kẹ́míkà apakòkòrò láti lò láti fi pa ó máa jẹ́ kó yá láti lò lórí òfurufú. Wọ́n á lò orúkọ báyìí láti tètè jẹ́ kí ó yára kíákíá. Wọ́n wá tún jẹ́ kó yé wa wípé àtìlẹ́yìn tó gbókan òun náà ni ilé ẹ̀kọ́ ti ọ̀gbìn gbogbo ìṣètà wà nínú èyí tí fúláàbù tó ti ń ṣe lóríṣiríṣi ọ̀nà èyí tó fi ń jẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ ìgbàlódé kó yára. Wọ́n fi sọ nípa àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n ti gbé ṣe nípa wípé wọ́n ń ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn láti jẹ́ kó tètè yá àwọn èèyàn pé àwọn náà máa ta lé lólobó bí ilẹ̀ ṣe rí bí ọjọ́ ọ̀la ilẹ̀ yìí báwo la ṣe lè lò lè ní irú kí la lè pèsè àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ nípa àgbẹ̀ ìmọ̀lódé àwọn ohun ìgbàlódé òun ni wọ́n lò láti jẹ́ kékeré kí ó yá kọ́mọkọ́mọ. Ní bínú bí mo ṣe ń sáré mo nítorí àkókò. Wọ́n sì tún sọ pé kí wá ní àwọn ìpèníjà tó kojú àti rí àwọn nǹkan ìgbàlódé yìí láti rí wọn lò. Àwọn nǹkan tó kojú ẹ̀ náà ni owó tí wọ́n fi ń tà wọ́n ọ̀wọ́n gógó kò fi bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́pọ̀ fún gbogbo àwọn àgbẹ̀ láti rí kíákíá láti rí rà tí ìjọba bá ṣe iṣẹ́ àtìlẹ́yìn fún bóyá rọrùn bẹ́ẹ̀. Bákan náà àwọn ìpèníjà tó tún máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀ náà ni wípé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àgbẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá lọ sóko láti béèrè àwọn nǹkan kan nípa wọn ìbẹ̀rù wípé àtàbádẹ̀ sọ pé ọmọ ọdún báyìí ní o ìyàwó mẹ́rin mo ní o ó lè jẹ́ pé ṣe náà lè máa kó gbogbo wájà wà lábúlé wọ́n lè nìkan fẹ́ kó gbogbo àwọn ọmọ kò jẹ́ káwọn àgbẹ̀ wọ́n jẹ́ kí wọ́n mọ̀ ewu tí wọ́n lè ṣe fún agbègbè wọn láti fi mọ̀ pé èèyàn mélòó ló máa nílò nǹkan ìgbàlódé. Ìyẹn náà tún jẹ́ àwọn ìpèníjà tí ó ń kojú àwọn nǹkan yìí. Lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ náà tún sọ fún wa pé àwọn àgbẹ̀ láti rí àwọn nǹkan àgbẹ̀ ìgbàlódé yìí lò kí wọ́n máa ń jẹ́ kí àwọn àgbẹ̀ fúnra wọn nítorí ìrìn lọ sí oko láti ibi tó jẹ́ ìdìbò wọn ọ̀nà jíjìn ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tí ń rìn. Ṣùgbọ́n sì ta ló fẹ́ ṣetán àti rin àrìn wọ́ọ̀dì tí ẹ bá lo nǹkan ìgbàlódé ó máa jẹ́ àǹfààní fún àgbẹ̀ èyí tó ṣẹ̀ máa rìn láti bíi kìlómítà mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún kó tó dé oko iṣẹ́ mélòó ló fẹ́ ṣe kó bá tún máa tún fi rin kìlómítà mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dógún padà sílé. Wọ́n wá ní pẹ̀lú tá a bá fi sọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ tá a gba nǹkan ìgbàlódé yìí wọlé á jẹ́ ìrọ̀rùn fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ láti lè rí bí iṣẹ́ wọn kó yá kọ́mọ́kọ́mọ́. Pàápàá jùlọ kò sí tó dí wa lọ́wọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ ní ìbá tiẹ̀ dá ẹnìkan dàrú oko tòmátò nítòsí ẹ̀gbẹ́ ní èrè ìkúlẹ̀ ẹ̀ wà ó rọrùn fún láti tètè fún àwọn apakòkòrò tó bá rí pé wà tòsí. Tá a bá rí wípé ibi tó kó wá súnmọ́ wa ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé la lè lò láti fi ṣe ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ gbogbo nǹkan tá a fẹ́ á súnmọ́ wa ju bí a ṣe ń rìn àríwọ̀dì lọ sí ọ̀nà jíjìn ọ̀nà tóun kó tó di pé àárín nǹkan wọ̀nyí pèsè. Ọ̀rọ̀ pọ̀ nínú ìwé kọ́bọ̀ ṣùgbọ́n mo ní ìgbàgbọ́ pé ohun tí wọ́n gbìyànjú àti sọ ní ṣókí náà ni wípé nǹkan ìgbàlódé ó máa jẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ kó rọrùn dáadáa fún tolórí tẹlẹ́mù tá a bá mu ní òkúkúdùn. Wọ́n sì sọ nípa bí ìjọba náà ṣe máa ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn kí gbogbo àwa àgbẹ̀ ká dẹ̀ lè rí nǹkan yìí kó wà ní àrọ́wọ́tó wa láti jẹ́ kí ká máa lò ó bó ṣe tọ́ àti bó ti yẹ. Gbogbo nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ ni pé nǹkan ìgbàlódé ó máa mú èrè oko wa pọ̀ sí i ó sì máa fi ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àǹfààní sílẹ̀ fún gbogbo olórí tẹlẹ́mù ojú bẹ́ẹ̀ sí.
All right, thank you very much. Before I hand over to the chairman to take the question and answer session, we have Chief Oliver Owanko joined us online. I learned he's one of the sponsors for this project. Can we welcome him? You're welcome, Chief.
Thank you very much.
So I
Thank you.
Say hello to us.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Oh, you hear me? I think something is wrong.
And the mic.
Is it better now? It's not working, is it? Okay, but I'm around. That's the point. I can hear you guys.
At this moment, so for the first speakers, I'm sure you noted down your questions. Please, can I see your hands up so that we take the numbers and for whom the question is meant for is important by the time we ask you to speak. Yeah. MC, can you take note of the names? I don't. Number one. One. Number two. Who else is raising his hand for questions? We are taking questions for all the presenters, not just one, not two, for the four of them. Am I seeing your hand up, the man on the last bench? No. So we have two persons that want to. What did you say?
The farmers. That man get money berry. One share berry what? One hour for that is a lot of money. Money berry.
Okay, one person.
Okay, one person. So three persons. Then I also have some issues to raise. That makes us four, isn't it? So I'm there, I'm also here. So you draw responsibility and do account. You said so. All right, MC, can you?
My name is E.O. Isilo from E.O. Isilo from Open. Now, from the first speaker who mentioned about a way to get our farmer quick information on the farm. We made mention of the maybe I can see video, phone, and other things. Some of the way to communicate to the farmer right on the field. I have a story to regard to that. Yesterday, when Professor Arugurade was talking about the drone, before the advent of this technology, in our own farms, because my father used to have acres of farm, planting maize. Now we observe that this bird used to affect our farms. Now for us, we make use of this rim of tires, then the bottles and other ions, we attach it at various places for the bird. Anytime the wind blows, the bottle and they distract each other, the drone will run away. Now, that's the only the easy way for the farmers. Now we are saying that farmers should go and rent maybe the drone. I wonder how many farmers are able to get that things. Now, right in our local community, we use something now, walking talking, to get ourselves involved at night in case of any strike by these good laws. That walkie talkie is 50,000 naira. Now, and the things can work within a range of 300 kilometers away. Now that thing, if you rent anywhere you rent it, if number one speak from far away from that 300 kilometers, the thing will make the same sound where the other topic is. Though it's very expensive for the farm, but that can even be better than the drone. Now, the second presenter, women gender subject, the woman mentioned about a situation where we don't allow our women to fall ahead or to help a post. You mentioned on an occasion where a woman would have an assignment and the other said, so what the question of people said to our all those things used to bring that. But I believe that with this trust between the couple, that or the woman, that woman will need to have access to that opportunity. But where there's no trust and understanding, that opportunity will elude the couple. Those are the two areas I want to ask. Thank you.
I'm happy to be here. My name is Solomon Benjamin from Rural Resources. I want to say thank you to the program for Fina. You know, it's like they want us to move from ignorance to the perfect way of practicing farming. And then I wouldn't want us to see the ambiguity in getting or using all these things. But the last speaker, we mentioned of putting them together, not coming together, using our resources to make this tools available, which is going to promote our work in the farm. A friend invited me to his country. He came from Kenya. He met at Akalimu to Tikoli. So he came to Nigeria because of corn. Then I asked him, I said, how do you know it? He said over there that they are working with the university dogs. So they are working carrying out research, they provide money for them. Then they can produce immense on their farm without their doing, that's their choice. I said, okay, that's why I like coming to now whenever there's any program like this. Now, which means if we want to live where we want to progress, we need to look into all this new invention. So there's no other way of growing farm produce from the soil than to apply the technology to have the cross input of our products in the community. So especially when we are thinking of exporting, sustainable something that will circulate in the land and community. Now, it's a pity. I don't think, if I ask now, can we have these samples of people working, what is the person working in the lab? I don't think of that. And people get to that field. So which ought to be, they're supposed to be headed by federal government so that what they all this theory should be practical and receive. So I'm sorry to mention that one, but it is a fact that we are starting to see. So we are looking at this institution that they are the front row of modern agricultural practice, and that is why we are here. We are learning from what we have from our research work now. Sir, now to leave all these stories, sir, the last speaker made mention of joining and to sponsor all these tools to make available for the use of the local. What of it we have a formidable organization
I want to assess all those two. Number one, we will need a resource question for practicing in the farm. Number two, so how do we, get these tools from where it's been sold? What the easiest way of getting them persist, apart from this resource person standby to take calls, practices and other things like that. I think we need all those ones. Thank you, sir.
I want to ask the presenter, did you get a question? Because for me, the last two things he said, I just couldn't, personally, I couldn't piece them. Did you get what he was trying to say? So if you don't have any more questions, okay, one more. Yeah.
Ẹ ṣeun sá, nínú wa dùn láti pè wá gẹ́gẹ́ bí àwọn àgbẹ̀ wá síbi ìgbàdé irú ilé. Ẹ sá, gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbẹ̀ tí a ti wà ní abúlé, most of the time ni àwọn ìjọba máa ń rán àwọn ayọ̀ wá láti dá wa lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. GIZ ọkọ̀ wa, àwọn agro service náà ó wá sọ́dọ̀ wa. So, bá ti di ìgbà tí a fi mú iṣẹ́ yẹn ṣe, ó fún ọ ní promise lọ́tún lósì láti ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Pé gómìnà máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́ tó bá ti di ìgbà tá a tó ń retí, ó ń gbà sí ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ oríṣiríṣi. Ṣùgbọ́n tí a bá ti lọ, wọ́n ní àwọn ọ̀gá àwọn ọ̀jẹ́ kí àwọn ọkọ̀ yìí ó jẹ́ ọ̀dọ̀ wa. So àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ó mú ìrẹ̀wẹ̀sì dé bá wa. Àwọn tí a ń fojú sọ́nà fún, ó lè gbé àgbẹ̀ lárugẹ gẹ́gẹ́ bí a tún wá rí ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àtàwọn oríṣiríṣi tí a ti ń gbọ́ bí wípé kí ìjọba federal government àti state ó ní láti ṣe pọ̀ àwọn tá a ti wà ní ìpìlẹ̀ ní àǹfààní sí àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí. Ìbéèrè mi ni pé báwo la ti lè ṣe kí ọ̀rọ̀ wa lè dé iwájú, kí ìrànlọ́wọ́ yóò lè dé sí ọwọ́ wa gẹ́gẹ́ bí àgbẹ̀.
Sir, what he was trying to say is that though government used to send some representative to their village, but at the same time, they are still in need of how to get some of these more information or more things to their village. And the promises, how to fulfill all the promises that government representatives have given to them. So how it will be fulfilled. So they are still looking for this. So that is in brief. The man is trying to say that those promises by the government to the farmers, how is it going to be fulfilled? That is what they are still looking for.
I just want to address this one so that the participants can ask the questions. Okay, Capita, maybe you will not help me. Yes. Because categorically, can you? I think it's important that we understand that in this place we are not politicians, and we are not working for Nigerian government, and we don't make promises of things that are not fulfillable. The whole essence of the university is for research. The university does research and produces. What is produced is patented. When it's patented, a company can come and buy it and decide to now mass produce. And the mass production is not for cash, it's for the profit because they have invested. Now, the Nigerian government, the problem of the Nigerian government with respect to agriculture is not what we can actually handle here, because of a series of promises made to farmers, policy consistencies, government comes and government goes. So it becomes quite difficult
So for us to address that matter here, I think it's not within our problem. It's not within our problem. So I beg to submit. Thank you.
Gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìbéèrè tí ẹ béèrè tàbí ọ̀nà àbáyọ tí ẹ béèrè, wọ́n jẹ́ kó yé wa pé ṣẹ̀mọ́ pé ilé ẹ̀kọ́ àgbà tí ó jẹ́ ilé ẹ̀kọ́ yunifásítì àwọn kì í ṣe olóṣèlú débi pé ṣẹ̀mọ́ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ olóṣèlú ló máa ṣe ìlérí àwọn lè láwọn kówó wá ṣùgbọ́n ohun tí ó kan ilé ẹ̀kọ́ òun ni pé láti rí wípé ohun tí ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀ ṣe lè gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe lè ṣe àwọn nǹkan wọ̀nyí ní ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ táwọn lè gbé kalẹ̀ fún wa. Ṣé ẹ sì mọ̀ pé ìjọba lè bí kan bá sọ lónìí èmi àtúndé lọ́la ètò ní nǹkan tí ọ̀tọ̀ ní nǹkan tí lè náà máa ṣe fún ilé ní tí ìjọba míì bá tún dé ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ní nǹkan tí òun náà tún máa gbé wa ṣùgbọ́n ilé ẹ̀kọ́ yunifásítì àwọn wà láti fún wa ní ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ìwádìí ìmọ̀ nípa bá a ṣe lè gbé àti bí a tún ṣe lè ṣe ìmọ̀ ìgbòòrò sí nǹkan tí gẹ́gẹ́ bí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ bó ṣe máa gbòòrò sí ohun tí ilé ẹ̀kọ́ yunifásítì tó ń darí lórí nìyẹn. Àwọn olóṣèlú ni wọ́n lè sọ fún wa pé a máa gbowó fún yín o a máa fún wa ní nǹkan báyìí àti bẹ́ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
We are not working for the Nigerian government, right? We are sponsored by the European Union for a particular project. We are going to develop apps for the farmer to use. When we develop the apps, it will be for sale, right? For those who are going to purchase it and use it. We are not promising anything we do here will be used to further the livelihood of the farmers. We are not politicians. As you know, I'm a professor of 39 years. I'm not here to give you promises.
And we are not making promises for government.
Not for government. It's not government. They are people online. Our guys online. They are watching us from Europe. Everything we say here will come to pass, just as the Akilimo has come to pass.
Sà ní àfikún sí nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ fún wa, wọ́n jẹ́ kó di mímọ̀ fún wa wípé gẹ́gẹ́ bí ohun tí ètò yìí tó wà fún, àwọn kan ni wọ́n ṣe onígbọ̀wọ́ ẹ̀ pàápàá láti òkèèrè òkè òkun ni wọ́n ti ṣe onígbọ̀wọ́ ètò yìí. Gbogbo ohun tí wọ́n sì ń ṣe ni pé wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe ìgbéǹde àwọn ìmọ̀ àwọn ohun èlò èyí tá a lè lò ní oko láti jẹ́ kó ṣeé ṣe. Àwọn òwú ni àwọn ọ̀nà ìgbàlódé tá a lè lò láti fi jẹ́ kí èrè oko àbí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ kó rọrùn. Ohun tí àwọn máa ṣiṣẹ́ lé lórí nì tó sì jẹ́ fún àwọn tó ṣe onígbọ̀wọ́ wọn, wọ́n wò wá ẹni tó jẹ́ ọ̀gá àgbà nínú àwọn tó ń ṣe onígbọ̀wọ́ àwọn náà wò láti òkè òkun ni. Gbogbo ohun tí wọ́n bá sọ níbí wọ́n máa múṣẹ nípa pé àwọn fẹ́ ṣe iṣẹ́ ìwádìí lórí báwo ni a ṣe lè ṣe ìgbéǹde ìmọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé láti fi ṣiṣẹ́ oko. Àwọn ò ṣe pé àwọn fẹ́ fi nǹkan tó ń ṣe yìí fún èrè bí àwa ní a fẹ́ kọ́ a fẹ́ ṣe tí ta bá ṣe tán o àwọn ìmọ̀ tá a gbé kalẹ̀ yìí o a fẹ́ máa fi gba èrè lọ́wọ́ ẹnikẹ́ni ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ṣe iṣẹ́ ìwádìí yìí délẹ̀ tán tó bá délẹ̀ ohun tí wọ́n ṣe lórí ẹ̀ ni wípé á wá wà fún lílò àwọn àgbẹ̀ tó pẹ̀lú owó ní láti rà á. Àwọn àgbẹ̀ yìí ó wá lè ṣeé ṣe bóyá ẹ̀kúra ẹjọ́ bí ẹgbẹ́ alájẹsẹ́kù láti ra ẹyọ kan tó máa wúlò fún gbogbo yín ṣùgbọ́n ṣe ti bí yóò ṣe pé àwọn ṣetán láti ṣe nǹkan tó fẹ́ ṣe fún àti fi jèrè rárá o ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ṣe ní ṣíṣe pé ẹ̀ lè rà á ní ọ̀nà tó rọrùn fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ èyí tó wọ́n kóra wọn jọ.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just want to contribute to the question around. This question the farmers asked during our extension outreaches, I learned a lot all the time. Just about people coming to them, selling products. Sometimes they promise them and then give them money, inputs, capital for inputs and stuff like that, and they don't come back eventually. That's going to a level that is even affecting extension work. You get there, they don't want to respond to you, except you go through the recognized extension. There are people like both. I don't know if you are getting my point. So, or what I usually tell them is there's a reward that says, if you don't buy. Go ahead.
So what I tell them is you remain steadfast.
So the fact that you don't meet the lion doesn't mean you wait for the lion. Even we got a village in Oyo State where they say a member of the community brought people that looked like government officials and collected 15,000 from each farmer. And eventually it turned out to be a scam. You understand? A member of the community, you know the person. So it has gone to that. That's why these questions like this keep coming. I'm not surprised that it came up also today. So we also need to encourage them and say, okay. For example, when we were doing ACA, we were establishing fields, cassava fields for people. We gave them stems, herbicide, and the rest. Some people call this in our life. You understand? But those that stood steadfast, enjoyed from it. We established the field for them. At the end of the day, they got the produce for themselves. We just took our samples to the lab. So we just need to encourage them and tell them that benefit will come eventually. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think there was a question was addressed to you. Now you're already standing, you can also take it.
Thank you very much. I think the first question was the cost of drones and talking about walkie-talkie and more effective than drone and stuff like that. First of all, let me start from the earlier ages when people used 504, they gave 504. Few people at that period was able to afford it because brand new. Later, the people cars from Japan started coming, people started buying cars, and old dogs began to grow in the country. So, at the beginning of the technology, when the technology is disrupting the space, it's usually expensive because a lot of people are able to buy. So eventually, as people adopt, I think the first thing we should preach is adoption. Let's all first see that this thing actually works. And after that, we can now say, okay, how do we now afford it or make it affordable for people to buy? When MTN came, it was around 50,000 or so. I remember my dad bought Nokia, then Nokia 310. It was at the mosque one day, like 1 kilometer from our house. He asked me to go and bring it. I took a big bed sheet and wrapped the phone inside. And I found like somebody that's car was pursuing that day. So, but eventually people now buy. Children of secondary school, they now buy SIM card almost for free. You understand? So I think we should all first confirm that this thing works. And drones eventually and technologies like that eventually become cheaper. There's a conversation around the fact that TechHub now will be established. And they're even thinking about assembling drones that are assembled in Nigeria right now. So assembling drones, local drones, if it's become assembled locally, it becomes more cheaper and accessible to people. You can even have laptop that can say, okay, but this is cooperative, I'm buying 2-3 drones, let them use it. Stuff like that. Things like that will start to pop up when we are sure and establish that it actually works. So the question came that sample of drones, we have to see it working. Like I said earlier, 2 workshops organized where people were shown how drones are being flown and how it works. Those, I think, last month or so, Smart Cell Project did one, and then the University Community did another. Both days, the drone operations was displayed and people saw it actually works. Even the effect on the because there are markers on the marking, display density, display distribution, and stuff like that. It was demonstrated live. And I'm sure there were also other avenues for us to learn. Smart Cell is also organizing other trainings that will be focused on farmers, which will come up very soon. So how to make it work, access to resources. So like I said, there are over 400 of these resources, these are solutions are in use. And then work is also ongoing to see how these resources can get to farmers, the best to recommend. I'm sure we'll get to that. So at the moment, let us first see if this is actually confirmed that it actually works. So I think if there are other contributions. Okay.
Thank you. Is the other microphone off now? Is it off? The other presenter, do we have any questions given to you?
All right. Thank you. So to raise a question on, we're talking about indigenous technology. We are not disputing that. There have been indigenous technology and the farmers are still using it. But that can continue to be used for small scale farms. In a case where you have a large commercial farms, that is where all these hipster agriculture that was suggesting comes in. You can't expect a 100 hectares farm to start putting metal and the rest all around the place. How many days will you spend on that? So just let's have the positive mindset, just as they have said, that most of these things will work and with time it will become affordable to all. Thank you, sir.
We also talked about the issue of trust. In explaining this, let me give a very quick example. A man was trained, he accessed training opportunities somewhere, and they gave him 10 points. Why they decided to take him was because he is the head of the family. So they treated the family as a unit. Forgetting that we have individuals in the family with individual differences, needs, coping strategies, and all. So it was given 10 points. And on his way home, he branched his friend's house. So they played craft and all that. And he was able to retain 6 of the points. He's still going home. 6. So on his way again, he branched somewhere again. He was dwelling with his friends and everything. He now decided that, okay, he was able to recall 5 again out of the 10. Then in his heart, as a man, he now decided that, maybe all the things that the training that was given is about cash crop. And my wife doesn't need such knowledge. She is just a vegetable farmer at the backyard. So she doesn't need it. Let me just release just 2 of the points to her. Out of 10, 2 points. Got home successfully and landed home successfully. And the woman was able to adopt those two points. Now what we are saying is this. There are gender constraints to training. He, as a man, had access to training. But in delivery to the household, he brought just 2 out of 10. So, but if everybody were given opportunities to access training, either you're a woman or you're a man, it's a win-win situation for the general household. So that we should not kind of, be sidelining a particular gender to access training. And if they all access, they will be on the same page. Which means, in as much as we are taking care of the female gender, we should also involve the participation of the men for advocacy also, for lobbying. So the issue of trust does not really come in here, but that enormous opportunities will be given to everybody, irrespective of gender. That is it. Are we clear?
So maybe we will now start providing gender neutrality.
Alaja Jalabi is the lecture for another day. Thank you, Bob. There's just something I want to. There's just something I want to address. There was some time ago, some students of Fuji had a project on, I think it's on, what do they call it? Is it a rocket or an aircraft? Was it a drone? It's a helicopter. I think the first time they built it, it landed somewhere, and one woman, one of the host committees, or the man, I don't know who exactly, really doubted what happened. That is not possible. How can this small boy do this kind of thing? Do you know what happened? The next session, another group did something better and improvement, and the thing landed almost at the house of that person. You get what I'm making? Almost landed at his house. So, and that now made him believe everything they were talking about technology. So, sir, I am not praying that the next drone they will build will land in your family. And if it so happens, as perchance, let it be, so that when it lands there, when you see it, you
retain it there.
You retain it there and shake your head, and this is good. Thank you. I think, do we have any other, does anybody have any other questions? So that we take the questions before we go to the next session. No other question? Thank you. First of all, I want us to clap for the presenters and all the people who questions and all the answers. At this juncture, I think we can move to the next MC.
All right, thank you very much. We want our presenters to kindly have their seats. Thank you so much. We'll take a quick 2 minutes networking in preparation for the next session. You can just network. You want to share contacts. You want to know the name of some people you met yesterday. You didn't have their numbers, so just connect with them, reach out to them, and then we will be preparing for the next session. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Professor Jenda.
So, ẹ̀yin àgbẹ̀ wa ẹ lè fẹ́ gba nọ́mbà àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún wa kẹ́ ẹ bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ kẹ́ ẹ béèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn so ẹ lè pàdé wọn báyìí ní ìṣẹ́jú méjì kẹ́ ẹ gba nọ́mbà wọn kẹ́ ẹ bá lè pè wọ́n lẹ́yìn ìsìn. All right, so we'll be moving on to the next session, and this session will be chaired by Professor O.T. Arobudade, the head of Department Computer Science, FUNAP. Professor Arobudade, you can come to the high table. Can we put hands together for her so she will stay beside Professor, please? All right, so our rapporteur will still be Dr. Costa. Dr. Costa. All right, I'll be inviting right now Mr. D.I. Ayelabola, the Executive Secretary of the State Cooperative Federation of Abeokuta. You can come to the high table. Mr. Ayelabola. Okay, he's represented by Mr. Ibrahim Abiodun. You're welcome, sir. Okay, so I also want to invite to the high table Mr. Chinedum Anowura from Crimson Associates. So you can come, you can have your seat. Anowura. All right, sorry, sir. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I'll give to the chairperson for the session to give a quick opening remark in 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, the MC, and I hope we are all enjoying this program. We are taking 1 or 2 things already home now, and we are going to the afternoon session. Beside me is so I'll be inviting the people that will be taking the presentations for this session. The rapporteur is Mr. Eso Afolayan. Okay. And then I have here the one of the speakers, Dr. Adetoye Ayuade. Can we have Dr. Adetoye Ayuade coming to them? Okay, already. Thank you very much. Mr. D.I. Ayelabola. Ibrahim Afis Abiodun, That is for the Executive Secretary of the State Cooperative Federation, Abeokuta. You are welcome. Okay, thank you very much. So we are all set. We are on this side of the hall for the afternoon session. This very session has to do with alternative livelihood for farmers. That is, I'm a farmer, but at the same time, I have the ability to do this. Or because of climate change, the produce is not enough to sustain myself and my family. I want something I can do alongside with my family and then can still earn me something to sustain my family. So that is what we call alternative livelihood for farmers. And from the baseline survey conducted by the three partner institutions, we discovered different areas of interest for farmers in which they would like to develop themselves so that they will have additional source of income. So, and that will be, dealt with it by Dr. Adetoye Ayade, Environmental and Economic Resource Center, Abeokuta. So we move on straight to this very session. The first speaker here is Dr. Adetoye Ayade. We'll be taking us through digitalization and training for alternative livelihood for farmers and climate change. As he is taking his position, I want us to know that this training that we want to have for farmers is not by gathering them together physically, but we want the information to be handy in different forms, video forms, text, audio, and in different languages. So that it's not that, oh, we have been to FNAM last year, they are calling us again. They don't have to be there. All will be on their phone in different languages. And that is where we are going, digitalizing that training for alternative. And from one farmer, it can get to different and a large number of farmers also. Thank you very much. Dr. Ayade, you are welcome.
Thank you. I want to sincerely thank our convener, particularly Professor Dipolo, for the opportunity given to me. Because when I was told to come, I was like, I don't think I'm still relevant in the academic session. Honestly, the doctor I hear, I've forgotten about it a long time ago. Because I work in the development sector and oftentimes we don't reckon with titles. But I really appreciate the opportunity given, and I hope I'll be able to meet your expectations in a little way. So this is my presentation. I would like to say that, let me talk briefly about EERC, which is Environmental and Economic Resource Center. It's actually a non-profit scientific research organization that is based in Abeokuta. I'm privileged to be one of the trustees of the organizations. And what we do primarily is to look into how to mainstream the environment in the prospects to develop the agricultural sector, particularly within the context of smallholder farming system. We know the challenges that farmers face, and also we know in their aspiration to become wealthy, they also impact the environment so negatively that it has contributed to rising impact of climate change, particularly in Nigeria. And I must say that right now, Nigeria is listed among the 10 top countries that has been impacted by climate change. So we have a lot of work to do. And I must also say that it is important that we practicalize all that we have been saying since morning. Wonderful ideas, beautiful presentations, but it has to transit to what farmers can really utilize and practice. Thank you. Please, next slide. The agenda is just about 5. I'll be brief on some point because what I think is important on this presentation is to talk mainly about the practicalization of what farmers can really do with digital innovations. And I'll be talking about that in details, but also provide a background. Next slide, please. We know that agriculture is one of the major anthropogenic causes of climate change. That cannot be disputed. We know the contribution. For instance, globally, it varies in different forms. If you look at the production side, It's between 19 to 40% contribution. But in the food sector as a whole, it goes to even about 37%, which is quite huge. Even the crude oil that is the main drivers still contributes 56%. So if agriculture is already amounting to like 40%, that's alarming and something needs to be done urgently. And that is why I must say that even in Nigeria, that we have most of our farmers to be smallholder farmers, we have a lot of work to do because many of them don't even know how to address this issue and they are being heavily impacted by climate change. Last year, we saw the losses that was reported in the Northeast, for instance, and some parts of Nigeria where flooding became a major issue and several billions of naira was lost to that as a result of inability to control the impact, particularly among smallholder farmers. For instance, in Nigeria, the slash and burn activity that our farmers do just around their farm plots alone contributes up to like 20% of greenhouse gas emission. And we know the impact of this. This is still there. Nothing has been done to address it. We have a lot of policies in place. And even though federal government is trying to, right now we have the National Council on Climate Change that is trying to control all of the interventions around mainstreaming the environment, but the challenge is still there. But we know that if we work together collectively, we can achieve this. Next slide. So I will be talking about, briefly, just to tell us, please move on please, about climate smart and how this can help us address this problem. One thing is that this concept is not new. It's been there a long time ago, but smallholder farmers do not even know how to implement it. We know the complexity in climate smart agriculture. Number one, you deploy this innovation today, tomorrow is no longer relevant because the weather keeps changing, the variety of, within limited time is becoming obsolete, and we need to also constantly improve on them. And when we do all this, farmers are still struggling to adopt one, and then we have to introduce another one. So it has a lot of complexity in it. Apart from the fact that it comes with huge investment, it comes with different level of variations among smallholder farmers, and all kinds of things that could be attributed to the complication around climate smart agriculture. But one thing that we cannot rule out is that it helps to achieve productivity. And if we know that that is there, alongside the fact that it can help us to also mainstream the impact of climate change on smallholder farmers, then it has to be the way to go. It has a lot of promising solution to address impact of climate change. But one thing we have to look into is that how do we get it implemented at the field level and not just on paper. I've read several papers on climate smart agriculture, particularly in Nigeria, but you don't see this thing happening in rural areas. And then sometimes you just wonder if those papers were fabricated, because when they mention the study areas where those research were conducted, you will then notice that most of those things were done on a small research plot, but then they were being escalated as a real life scenario. I don't think if you continue that way, we are going to get to any ministerial. One thing that is important is that with varietal change, planting variation, and all kinds of things that we could implement within the concept of climate smart agriculture, we need to get it to farmers, and they have to also learn how to practicalize it within their own settings without bringing them out of their context. One of the major issues that researchers, development actors have that they are yet to overcome is to build a system within their own, within the environment of farmers. It is true, we might want to bring them up, but it's not something we can rush at, because if we do that, what we then see at the end of the day is that a larger percentage of them will not even follow the innovation. And at the end of the day, it becomes something that is no longer relevant within their own environment. Please, let's move on. Just to mention, I've said this briefly, climate smart agriculture has a lot of benefits, but not only these benefits, one thing that we must also understand is that no matter what a climate brings, it can still help us to address it if we know how best to implement it. And that's why all of the effort that has gone into the climate smart agriculture so far is just to see how we can bring this to reality. But the area where we are lacking is that most of the innovations that have been brought so far are either not relevant or complex or something that is too expensive for farmers to adopt within their own immediate environment. We've been talking about drone. It's a fantastic innovation, but I think I beg to say, from my little understanding interaction in the development sector, drone is not, it's not something that will become cheap. We should just get that clear. We talk severally with a lot of development actors. Innovations is not cheap. And we know that people that are into this, they also have there to make money. You can only find an alternative innovation that can maybe a comparative one that can help to probably address the situation. And then also, many of those innovations were not made for our own level of farms. We need to also understand that. Even though we are trying to bring them up to adapt to the system, but let's see, in the process of time, we can either say this is true or not, but I'm telling you that with my little experience in the development sector, working with several international partners, I don't see the reality coming to pass. Because those who are there, they are also there for a purpose. And I must say one bitter truth here. There is no development actor in Nigeria that is actually willing to see Nigeria develop. That's a bitter truth. I work with them, I work with several donors, and you discover that they have ulterior motive. Beyond that, their motive is to keep you where you are so that they can take advantage of it. That's a bitter truth. Let's get that clear. When we get grants, let us know that those grants is just to let you feel like you are under us. And that's why we have to do all that is within our own capacity, develop indigenous solutions to address our own problem, particularly in Africa. This next slide. Next slide, please. Now I want to talk about designing digital solutions in agriculture. How do we go about a practical way of addressing this problem? One thing we must understand is that if you look at the level of literacy, we have different cadres. If we look at the level of reality that is there, most of the people that know how to address the problem, they are far from practicing it. Many of those who are professors don't even have big farms. Sorry, but it's something that we don't do, because the more we go in that direction, the more your attention is drawn away from doing other things. And at the end of the day, we try to recommend innovations to farmers that is outside the way they see things, and the gap is there. We can't rule that out. These are real life scenarios that can't be changed unless we adjust to the situation. And so what I'm saying by this thing is that when it comes to designing this, those who know how, they are far from practicalizing it. Those who are practicalizing it are far from those who know how to do it. And so the gap remains. Then how do we close the gap? We all have to shift base. We all need to come together and work closely, leave what you think you know best, then come to other things that you don't even know how to do and learn from them. Because it's important, we must know that education is not just all about book. It also involves you coming to even learn foolishness. Sometimes it's still part of learning. I have to be sincere with you. So it's important that we understand this complexity and then find a solution around solving this problem, if I thought we want to move forward. Next slide. So here, what we did sometimes ago in 2021, and I'm glad I have, I think Professor Lowry here, right? Who was part of that dissemination project we did. There is something we call extreme citizen science, or there is a general knowledge now, which is citizen science. It's a concept. And what are they trying to do? How do we get science to grassroots, particularly the non-literate individuals? We can talk about several innovations, but these people are the ones that will eventually carry it out. How do we get them on board? So we now have to start thinking around, what do we need to do in a way to make these people understand the language we speak. And if you must do that, it's either you speak in their own language, adapt to their own system, do what they do, or try to like kind of copy what they do in order to make your own way out. So we did this project that was funded by UKRI. The project is still on in terms of designing the innovation because so many things are coming up and we are trying to see what can be done in order to get this to the knowledge of farmers. And what this is practically all about is how do we use digital innovations to get smallholder farmers implement climate smart agriculture so that it doesn't become complex any longer. You want them to plant a certain variety, you don't need to be telling them TMS 419, SAMAS 270, all of those language that we speak. They have their own language. Like for instance, if a farmer wants to call certain cassava, I know there's one they call Idileru. That's the name they call it. So if you are bringing certain variety and you are asking a farmer, and this is also another problem that most students do when they go to collect it. You are asking a farmer, do you plant TMS? They tell them, what is that? You don't bring it to that local language, you'll probably understand how they call it in that particular community. One thing that's also critical is that the name they call it in Alabata might be different from the name they call it in Kam, even though it's the same variety. And so all this diversity, we just have to also play alongside. And that's how this innovation came about and say what exactly can be done to ensure that when farmers speak, we understand what they say. And when we as a scientists also speak, they also understand what we talk about. And the project actually is, like I said, is something that was very impactful, even though it was a pilot, and we are still building on it. So next slide. This is just a summary of the concept of the project. We were actually thinking of how can we get smallholder farmers communicate to us from their location, and then we also communicate back to them, and they get it without any ambiguity. The first thing we are trying to address was that there is a gap in extension services in Nigeria. Before we know what it used to be, after the withdrawal of World Bank funding, then the system collapsed. Right now we have about 7,000 to 10,000 smallholder farmers, so one extension officer. They can never be effective. That's a huge gap. And that's why thinking about digital innovations, several innovations are out there, but how relevant are they? So we came about this that involves the use of Android phone as well, also a data repository, and not only that, even an extension officer can sit comfortably in his office and know what is going on the field. And how does he do that? Farmer reports to them, and then they see all of the challenges in summary, and they're able to communicate back. And the farmer can either hear it by audio or watch it by video and see all of the things they wanted them, they needed them to do, and they are able to carry it out on their own without any assistance. So this will, of course, release more extension officers from moving around from one village to the other. And in the process of that, they are able to solve several challenges because it's just a matter of convenience at their desks and they are addressing the problem. So, next slide. The concept of the innovation actually it involves several technologies. We combine mobile app with WhatsApp, ArcGIS, community map, progressive web application, as well as computer for monitoring the data. And so this is like the entire concept. We might not need to bother ourselves with this, but I will explain in details. But the very first thing we did with smallholder farmers was to go to them and say, what are the challenges? And that is called co-creation approach. So we didn't sit back to say we know it and then do it and take it to them. No. We went to the farmers. For instance, another key thing I must say is that one of the complexity of climate smart agriculture, when you are trying to address like armyworm, for instance, in this environment, the same chemical you are using might not be effective in another location. And yet you are addressing the same pest. And that is because the climate there is not the same. And that's one thing that has made climate smart agriculture very complex, and a lot of development partners still need to come to that understanding and develop a real life situation. So what we are trying to do under this is we try to also build in the variation across communities across villages, individual languages, sex, and all that kinds of demographic characteristics. So we look at that and we came to a co-creation stage. Next slide. Like I said, I will explain all of these jargons we are seeing. And so we went to them, we actually listened to them. And we did this in a successive manner from one village to another to say, please tell us what the situation is here. We went to another village, let's listen to you. We discovered that the situation is not the same. And so we have to say, okay, even if we are designing an app, it has to be based, this has to be location specific, addressing the challenge in that area, building into the context all of the characteristics that surround that location. Like the weather, for instance, the language they speak there, the name they call those varieties and things like that. So we identify all of that. We engage with them very closely and we did this together. And one thing that this has helped us to do is that farmers actually were excited because they felt we develop it together, so the ownership is there. And one thing is, even what you think you cannot do, if somebody brings this to you in a lower level and you're able to understand it, and you discover that this is what they are saying, you become more excited. So each time we go to the communities, everybody is interested to come up because they feel that they are learning, and not only that, they see the benefit of what we are saying. So how did we go about it? The very first thing we did was to identify all of the crops they grow in certain community. For instance, what they grow that is prevalent in other local governments might not be the same thing that they grow in Owode local government because it's like a rice producing area. So we also identify that variation. And then after that, we also noted what are the pests that are prevalent in that area. We understand all those ones too. And then we identify what are the major herbicides or methods that you can use to address this. We also have all of these things tested because we listen to their testimony. They say, this works better. What name do you call it? So we're able to aggregate all of this, even though it was scattered. And we didn't just do this. Pictures were taken alongside, both on the field and online pictures. And one thing that I found very interesting was that if you show a farmer, for instance, a picture of banana, another farmer sees it and he will tell you this is plantain. So that becomes very difficult again. So we have to now come to a level whereby, okay, what do we do? How best can we show you a plantain that if you see it even in your dream, you will know that this is a plantain. So we went down to that level of addressing complexity and variations until we were able to certify a particular image that all of them say, this is what it means, we don't go ahead with that image. It was that intense and very thorough. So when we aggregated all of this, next slide, we came into a summary of them on a mobile app, and this is what it looks like. So the app is not showing you to say this, that. It's showing you pictures and it's also speaking to you. At least if you can't hear, you can see. If you can't see, you should be able to hear. So one of the benefits of this, because we are also trying to speak to International Fund for Agricultural Development, they are trying to support digital innovations, and now that can help to address issue of gender and people living with disabilities. So we found out that this app will also help to address that problem, because it can either speak to you, you can speak to the app, you can see by either visual, or you can hear by audio. So it has different components through which you can send information and also receive information. So that makes it very interesting. And so what we did, for instance, was we came to this arrangement. For instance, in series, you could see all those things are written in local language, in Yoruba, for instance. I actually did this because I'm coming to Yoruba speaking community. So here, you see, series are called Haro in certain community. So we gather all of the series together in one group. If it is cash crop, we gather them together. Vegetables, we also brought them under one group. So that if you click, for instance, if you click on this Ewebe that we mentioned, which is here, it will take you to what you have here. Then to show you all of the vegetables we have. These are pictures that they all chose themselves, so we don't have to struggle with it. And from there, you now have to decide which crop do you want to actually address, or what crop are you actually looking to ask information about. So we have okra, which is ila, like you see there. We have pepper, atarodo, tomato, cucumber, and so on. So you have to choose from which one. At least if you can't read the name, for instance, you should be able to also identify by pictures. So once you click on any of that, then it takes you to another level. What aspect of farming practice do you want to do? What stage of farming practice do you want to do? Do you want to cultivate? Do you want to plant? Do you want to spray? So through the pictures, you can move from one stage to another until you are able to get to whatever you want to do. Either you want to ask questions, and not only ask questions, this also allows that as a farmer, if you know a solution to a problem, you can also report, because it brings together a community of farmers and they're able to communicate within the system. Okay, apologies, I have to rush. Thinking something I need to explain in detail. Okay, so what we did around this was we went to the villages and we did testing and demonstration with the farmers. And we were able to bring it down to their level that they were able to use this. We didn't even provide any guidance. After explaining to them, we asked each of them to come together and explain what it is. Please move on. Because of time. Also, around location, like I said, this also allows us to know the exact location where you are reporting that situation from. So that if at all we want to know how to reach you, if there is need at all, we can know what to do. So not only that, this can also map your location and tell us the weather condition in that area for us to identify. If at all you are reporting certain chemical is no longer working, we can then know by the reason of the weather condition that surround it to understand why that is not working. Please move on. Next slide. And then at the end of the day, we have a community of actors, which is extension officers, workers, researchers, and government. And what this is helping us to do is that farmer can either assist other farmers, like a community we see there, or ask questions. And all of these extension officers can see it. And we have a data repository that is like the box, which is that one is represented. And then you have a visualization that you can see all of the problems or solutions that have been provided. And this can help us to know what is needed or what can still be done in order to help smallholder farmers further. This next slide. I think we can jump this. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is like what the data looks like at the end of the day. Whoever is seeing it is seeing the location where you are talking from, is seeing the precipitation in that area, is seeing all kinds of cases that have been reported over time. And so we can even know if at all the situation is going out of hand to know how to deploy interventions to a particular location. Please, let's move on because of time. And we didn't stop there. We went to the field. We supported these farmers on their own farm plots themselves. They adopted this. Please, let's move on. We didn't do this with just. We didn't do it with just men alone. Women were also involved. You could see mulching being practiced in that slide, and these are the results that we found at the end of the day. So they can now, on their own, know how to integrate climate smart agriculture. This is just like a way of preventing water loss in their farm plot. And then you see their crop doing so well at the end of the day. Next slide. So eventually, please move on. Eventually, we discovered that this, at the end of the day, will achieve 6 major benefits and impacts in smallholder farming system, which is like the major goal of climate smart agriculture. And one is increased productivity. You see net return, of course, once productivity increase, we definitely have what is called increase in income. And then we are able to reduce emission because we can then guide them on how to use chemicals. We don't have excessive usage of chemicals, which is very key. Like I mentioned in the first slide, those are one of the key things contributing to greenhouse gas emission. Gender increase in gender and social inclusion, because you don't have to wait to hear information from your husband. If he has attended a meeting, like Professor Petra mentioned, somebody went out for an event, he came back with just only 2. If you have access to phone, you can of course know everything that is going on within the farming community without anybody giving you lots of information. Next slide, which is of course going to be the last one. Now, where the alternative lies. There is now a concept that has been on for a while, but is growing now in Nigeria, and that is called carbon market. Carbon markets right now has come to a level whereby even the Nigerian government has declared an intention to engage all sectors to contribute to this. And I must also mention there is an initiative called African Carbon Market Initiative that was just launched in COP27, that is Conference of Parties in the United Nations, and we have Nigeria to lead this intervention for Africa. And part of that, some of the interventions that they are trying to look into is for us to have all of these that we have done here. If you are able to get involved in any of these systems, then you can have access to getting additional income. In fact, as an organization, we are currently implementing a project of such nature in Northeast Nigeria, Adamawa and Gombe to be precise, whereby we want to unlock carbon market opportunities for smallholder farmers in that way. And not only will they get additional income, because we are talking about alternative income while addressing climate change. One of the other things this can give to them is it can help to improve their food and nutrition security. So while they are conserving the environment, they are making money, and at the same time they are eating well. So I will just stop here because I wouldn't want to bore us with the details of carbon markets in context, but I believe with a slide we can get to know what is expected or what is required more. So our experience is that digital innovation can help to enhance early land use, it can help to improve agricultural productivity, and also can help to generate alternative income for smallholder farmers. So with this, I want to end my presentation here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Adeoye, for that brilliant presentation. And I believe that we are picking one or two things, and we can see a kind of synergy from what he has said and what we have been hearing, especially when it comes to cooperation or participatory kind of research between farmer and then researchers. If they are carried along, it is easy for them to uptake or to adopt whatever you are bringing to the farmers. Thank you very much. I think we have to take the next presentation, and at the end, we take all the questions together. Dr. Adeoye, I think they are still with us. Okay. Adetoye. Okay, Adetoye, sorry. Thank you very much. The next presentation now is by Mr. D.I.A. Ayelabola, ably represented by Mr. Aziz Ibrahim Aziz. Thank you very much. And the title is Enhancing the Role of Civil Society, Farmers and Cooperatives in Sustainable Farming through Digitalization. I believe here is going to be telling us and then exposing so many things to us on the role of cooperative society. When you talk about your market space, you need the power of cooperative society, because farmers that are registering must be under a particular body, because it helps us to control and also to lay hold on anyone that defaults on that platform. So we see the power of cooperative society, civil society in sustaining digitalization in agriculture. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to stand on already established protocol. I'm representing my boss, who was not here because of his busy schedule. By what my mom said, I'm going to do justice to his topic based on what he presented. The topic before us is enhancing the role of civil society, farmers, and cooperatives in sustainability farming through digitalization. The next slide, please. Introduction. When we say we are enhancing the role of cooperative, of civil society, farmers, and cooperative in sustainability farming through digitalization, we are discussing the work done by Dr. Adewumi Adesina, who was the Minister of Agriculture and the current Chairman of Development Bank now. So let's learn this. So what are the topic we want to talk about? The topic was centered on these 5 questions. What is digitalization and role is placed on sustainability agricultural production? That's the first question. Number 2, how digitalization enhance sustainable agricultural production? The question 3, what role does civil society, farmer, and cooperative plays therein? And then question 4, what is hindrance and limitation fund, and what are the solutions for improvised to minimize the limitation, if not eliminated? And then the 5, what are the conclusions derived from this exercise? That's the 5 questions the question was centered about. What is digitalization? That's first. There is no precise nor concise definition of the word digitalization because it was defined by many scholars, the professionals, the jurists define it. So, but if you look at the work of the Dr. Adesina, if information, communication technologies or experts has to define the digitalization, we shall end up with the level definition. With the 11 definition, agree with the other 10 definitions. So this to say because this 10 experts will define digitalization from the expenses they have on the field. That's the word they use to divide digitalization. But we cannot say because of that, you don't have the working definition. You have the working definition of digitalization. The working definition of digitalization is that it is utilization of any form of computer-based electronic equipment used to enhance upward aggregation production and social welfare of farmers with or without internet or World Wide Web connection, business line, and with or without a reliable source of stable electronics to charge the electronics equipment used. So what we are trying to say in essence is that we have different people that explain the word digitalization, but what we are trying to say on digitalization here is that if you use any electronics app to utilization of any electronic app with or without reliable source of stable electricity, without electricity in our own community. So that's the way we say we make use of word digitalization. So this electronic device, especially notable electricity deficiency, we accept the electronic device used to be able to manifest the following rules. Expected of it, and which is the ability to connect to internet or World Wide Web, is to enhance agricultural upward production and at the minimum cost with maximization output in relation with the role they play. The civil society, cooperative, and farmers themselves pay the following rules. Next slide, please. They pay the following rules. The rule paid by them. Next slide. Next. The rules. The rules and how digitalization enhances to agricultural production. Many financial and management authorities and experts, even the World Bank level, all agree that the most valuable asset of organization is not money but information. This is true because without reliable information or data, other resources including human capital, money, another part of operation will not be deployed or allocated to process and attain low or objective, especially in agriculture, whose end product or goods is food production, which determine man's existence and survival. As a result, adequate information to the farmer crucial for the farm, is the sole determinant for any agricultural production process that is needed to be enhanced to timely known fair computerization electronic device. So next please. So on this one, we have the actual agricultural product index. All this the need on declaration require this statistics to be able to know the actual agricultural product in the declaration needed, what is the resources available for production, how is resources and utilize these resources. There is enough information for them. They will be able to generate or they will be able to have this information. Yeah, there was the climate condition on land, any other element necessary to agricultural production, such as fertilizer, chemical machinery needed, etc. So with this above manifestation, the proper access will be the result. The role played by the various stakeholders are as follows. Let's now look at it. What are the roles played by the various stakeholders like the civil society, the farmers, and then the cooperative society. The role played by the civil society, or cooperative, and farmers. The civil society, to be found, the only role played during the exercise by the civil society was the farmer apex body. Other civil society and non-government organizations, especially media houses, a group of opposition government political parties, were patriotic, as it is seen to this body that there are about 50 million Android assets declared by the government was waste of funds, but which provide later to key sources of the number effects that took place at the end of the day. However, after the decease of Jonathan regime and the removal of Buhari administration to continue the civil society later found that the handle in the hand of this farmer proved useful as farmers were able to alert the populace when they never performed their various trade for ransom. The ability of civil society to locate in real-time insecurity in the rural area make possible for security agents to flush out these satanic people. The timely realization of security agents to curtail this farming was averted. Now, civil society are putting farmer and rural dweller into advocacy. So next, please. I will talk more on this one, which is cooperative society. Recently, I think last month, the Ogun Cooperative Federation Limited, in conjunction with Nigeria Export Promotion Council, organized a training that was done here in Funab for about 50 people, just to let them know the modern way of farming. And they did this for 5 days here. So that's the one of the role played by the cooperative. So that in order for them to be able to know how to do the farming, how to do the modern farming, so they organized the training for them here in conjunction with the National Export Promotion Council. So and then they were able to train. They know how to do the modern farming for the vegetables and the spices. And then very soon we are still going to organize another training for them, which we believe that they are going to get a lot of knowledge from that too, so that we can be fully doing the farming on the world on the modern era now. The cooperative society, the truth is that Dr. Adesina did not carry a long structure within the cooperative movement, maybe of the novelty of the service, and for instance, best known to the designer of the program. Lesson learned in Buhari regime show that the cooperative movement can mobilize farmers more faster at a lesser cost or time delay. Distribution of agricultural inputs like fertilizer, chemical, and agricultural hardware, splitting the sources of agricultural sector during the colonial and flush into era. However, in Ogun State, the Apex cooperative body, the Ogun State Cooperative Organization Limited, has established a unit solely for the farmer cooperative in Ogun State and has been holding meeting with the planning community so as to make the cooperative contribute closer to the Nigeria economy as done during the colonial and past era. Like what I just said to you, in order to enhance all our farmers in cooperative, we have been organizing a series of training for them, for them to know the modern way of farming. Recently, our president went to Germany. He now find out that it was cooperative society. They come together and then they have about 10 hectares of land. They use it to do plantation of just for grass. And in that community as well, they have where they are rearing the cow, all those cows, where they are ranching the cow. So those people that are ranching the cow take the grass from that farmers. It's a group of people that's called a group of society. They come together to do it. What I'm trying to say here is that if we come together as a group of corporate society, we'll be able to move far than individual go and do the farming, individual do the farming. Nowadays, if you want to enhance your role very well in agriculture, you must come together. If you are doing the plantation farming, individual farming, you will not be able to go far. So for cooperative, we help us do that. It has been helping us do that in Germany. If you look at during the period of COVID-19, in Germany, the cooperative society contributed immensely to the German economy. What they gave them around that time is the money they gave them was huge. I don't know the figure yet, I cannot just say the figure. But what they gave them, the economy of Germany was huge. Because they have this money, they have this capital resources. So the next line, please. So the last line is the farmer. The farmer who are the main beneficiary, responded positively, taking the chance to not only increase the agricultural production, but also to improve the welfare and social sectors. As mentioned earlier, the 50 million Android phones distributed by the government for program generated a lot of interest that motivated farmers to do better. Apart from the ability to access the internet or the World Wide Web to Facebook from feed in real time, directly enable the government to communicate effectively and make more decisions that make the program successful. Example, when Cameroon Republic opened the dam meter in River Benue to release more water downstream, that not just the last presenter just talked during last year, what really happened when the Cameroon opened the border. The system is affected majority of farmers in North Center here. It's really affected. That's what we are trying to say here. One of at putting this, we are going to the farmer down to River Benue to evacuate harvested farm products to a safer place, which would have lost to the flooding of River Benue. This is a good example of how the Android phone utilization equipment minimize farm. If they have this Android phone, like what my brother just talked about, this thing might migrate against the what? Against the losses the farmer encountered during that period. So the next line, please. Limitation and possible solution. Previous government has enumerated limitations and hindrances to the digitalization program and steps taken to address this ugly manifestation. However, it is obvious to say that the digitalization of agriculture sector will not only be contributed, but more funds must be provided to take advantage of opening growth in the link to work market via the internet and the World Wide Web to favor the rural farmer positively. In conclusion, having a mandate via a case study of topic of discussion with the Nigeria experiment, I am convinced that the topic has been fully treated. Ayelabola David Ibekele from Ogusi Cooperative Federation Limited. Thanks so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim, for that presentation. Lest I forget, I want the audience to begin to write down their questions for our resource persons, so that at the end of the third one, we address the questions and we also listen to the Yoruba summary of the presentation by Mr. Adepolu. So now we go on to the next presenter, Mr. Chinedu Anowuru, Sustainable Finance Solution for Farmers and Agri-Producers. Are we okay by that arrangement? Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chinedu.
Good afternoon. My name is Chinedu Anowuru, representing Freedom Associates. to discuss sustainable financial solutions for farmers and agro-producers. Being a paper presented at the workshop organized for the implementation of the European Commission funded project prompting digital financial solutions for farmers in remote communities to adapt to climate change, holding 13 to 14 September at the Federal University of Agriculture, Ogun State. Next slide. It appears time is being rushed. Otherwise, finance was not that we should rush. Introduction. In recent years, the global landscape has witnessed significant shifts, both in terms of environmental concerns and economic dynamics. As the world grapples with the challenges posed by climate change and strives a more sustainable future, the role of finance becomes increasingly critical. Farming and East agro-producing agriculture is the largest employer of labor in the country. Thus, deserves better funding to attract more investors, both local and international, to create more employment and ensure food security to the teeming population. We all know the importance of finance to agriculture. That's where we are going now. Over 70% of Nigerians are engaged in farming and agro-allied production, both in the low and high levels of production. Incidentally, many of these farmers do not even have access to fertilizers and labor-saving equipment. Unfortunately, the small-scale farmers and agro-producers are more vulnerable. Farming, the agriculture, as the largest industry in terms of employment and food security, remains the recipe for any economic profession. The government's various funding initiatives have been based on the assumption that funding will boost the economic growth. As a result, finance is a sustainable, vital tool for the acquisition for all the sector's instruments required for mechanized production. Next slide. The agricultural sector functions in the economy include, inter alia, creating large numbers of jobs, producing basic raw materials, providing food for the growing population, as well as any foreign exchange for the country. It also ensures economic security and stability, as well as providing industrial raw materials markets. Agriculture contributes immensely to the country's GDP. Nevertheless, these contributions have been short-lived and insubstantial due to limited sustainable funding and resources, thus exhibiting a complex situation. Farming and agro-production have been encountering myriad of challenges in the quest to enhancing food security in the country. Some of these problems include the following. We all know access to farmland has been an issue, inadequate financing, which is one of the fundamentals, poor transport system, and poor road network. Those of us in the rural communities will attest to this. Aging farmer population, which almost all the speakers, most speakers presented today have been talking about, that many of the farmers are aging, and that's why we are talking about digital financial products. Education, farming system and techniques. Insecurity, I'm sure this is one of the most critical ones. Insecurity. Yesterday it was worked at length. Pests and diseases. Climate change. Market failures. Many markets, many products or many produce, goods, they fail. Sometimes the goods that are being brought from the north to the east or south will on the road have accident and collapse. So it will affect the market will actually be stampeded. Government regulations, I'm sure this one is equally one of the things that creates problem for this. Lack of access to improved seeds and stocks, inadequate storage facilities, policy inconsistencies of government. Today, one policy. The next one, another one. In 1 year, you can have about 2 or 3 policies on one issue. and government bureaucratic bottlenecks. You know the bottlenecks when they say they are approving a particular facility for this thing, the whole thing will hook you on the neck when they say G and C apply. In the midst of the above challenges, we have identified lack of finance as the most critical to the farmers and the agro producers. Sustainable financial solution for them, therefore, is relevant for the improvement in efficiency and efficacy of their existence. In the light of the above, this paper shall explore sustainable financial solutions within the context of farmers and agro producers, thus shedding light on the country's efforts to align its financial sector as with sustainable goals. This paper shall consider the context of sustainable financial solutions to farmers and agro producers by reviewing the following: the need for sustainable finance, sustainable financial solutions, previous government efforts in the sustenance of farming and agro production, sources of finance available to farmers in Nigeria, current drives of government towards sustaining farming and agro producers, way forward, and of course, recommendation. Sustainable financial solution, let's look at 2.1, the need for sustainable finance. The urgency of addressing climate change and the environmental degradation has led to a growing emphasis on sustainable finance. Sustainable finance refers to the integration of environment, social, and governance, we always call it ESG, factors into financial decision-making process. When you bring in consideration of the environmental factors, social factors, and governance, they all come together to make, to create an avenue for sustainability. This approach aims to drive investment towards projects that not only generate financial return, but also contribute positively to societal and environmental well-being. The ESG is represented by the 4 P's. We have 4 P's. People, you and I, the planet, which is the environment, the purpose, and the profit. Because every agricultural producer talks about the bottom line, which is the profit is going to make from whatever. If it's only for you to distribute people to eat and drink, I'm sure you will not go into agriculture. You must actually have something to put in your pocket at the end of the day. Intuitively, farmers, which is people, cultivate their crops on the farm, planet, for the purpose of the people, community, environment, and government, as well as generation of revenue resulting in profits, which would ultimately improve the sustenance of the economy. Sustainable finance plays a key role in promoting the transition to a carbon neutral and sustainable Nigeria. This is by supporting programs that prioritize resource efficiency, healthy ecosystems, and promote the circular economy. It also helps to reduce waste generation, promote recycling and reuse, and protects the ecosystem while also reducing greenhouse emissions as well as environmental impacts. The ESG, which is the environmental, social, and governance, can be described as meeting current demands without jeopardizing future generations' capacity to fulfill their own. I'm sure we always have these people that, sometimes this regular water we drink, the one we have just finished, some people will come and pick them, go and reuse. That is, recycling them. It's part of the issue we're talking about. Environmental considerations typically include climate change and adaptation, mitigation, and environmental. The term social consideration can describe issues with human rights, human capital investment, labor relations, inequality, and inclusivity. On the other hand, governance is concerned with the regulation of public and private institutions. Thus, this plays a vital role in ensuring that social and environmental considerations are included while making decisions. In a way, sustainable finance this disclosure regulation is becoming increasingly important as investors and other stakeholders demand greater transparency and accountability from organizations and financial institutions. Those of us who are shareholders, perhaps in some organizations or whatever, you see that at the end of each year, shareholders are getting more aware than before. They will always tell you, I'm not happy, the result you gave us is not as it's supposed to be. Maybe that they need everything to be exposed so that they will know who and who is getting everything, the case may be. Let us demonstrate this scenario with a related example. Assume that a renewable energy organization is looking to finance the establishment of a new organic farm. Thus, the organization issues green bonds instead of, we will look at what green bond is at, in the course of this paper, instead of seeking the traditional financing products to fund the project. What is the traditional financing we are talking about? You go to one of the commercial banks and you ask for loan, and the procedure will be given to you. Now, thus, the organization issues green bonds instead of seeking the traditional financing products to fund the project. The green bonds are structured to ensure that the funds raised are used solely for the development, construction, and operation of the organic farm. Thus, the organization must regularly report on the project's environment, staff impact, and the energy production. Now, what I'm saying here is that sometimes when you are giving that money through the traditional method, the tendency that you will use it one way or the other, to do some other things will be there. But if you are using through this means, that it will go direct for the purpose which it has been designed for. Hence, investors investing in the green bonds will be aware that their investment is contributing to sustainable farm projects that reduces carbon emissions and promotes the transition to low carbon economy. Therefore, the organization will benefit from lower financial costs. The essence of what we're talking about sustainable finance is that to maximize their revenue and then reduce their costs, minimize the cost. So once you have anything that is going to make you to reduce the expenses you are going to incur, and then your revenue will increase, you go in for that venture. So a sustainable farm project and reduces carbon emissions and promotes the transition to low carbon. Therefore, the organization will benefit from lower financial costs due to issuing of the green bond, as there is growing demand for sustainable investment opportunities. In summary, this example of sustainable finance can illustrate how farmers can use innovative financial methods to support environmentally friendly projects and promote sustainability while achieving their financial goals. Next. Green finance. This represents any structured financial activity that leads to better environment with financial instruments used for sustainable initiatives. Its objective is primarily to reduce risk perception. For green projects, some of the benefits of green financing include to encourage sustainable business through financing regular flow of investments into environmental objectives and creation of jobs and businesses. However, it has some challenges, including lack of coordination between the financial and environmental objectives, as well as mismatch between the short-term and long-term green investments. Examples of green finance include green bonds, green bank, green investment funds that are majorly concerned in lessening pollution or greenhouse emissions with simultaneous concern in improving the economy. We will get to know what these things are in the course of this. Sustainable financing solutions. This is the process through which farmers and agro producers are expected to get access to products and services that can enable them make sustainable choices in order to fulfill their obligations and aspirations, especially on key socio-economic issues such as climate change. Sustainable climate change, yes. Sustainable financing solutions are aimed to support long-term social and economic sustainability transition to a more climate resilient, lower carbon and sustainable inclusive economy. Any project you are going to undertake that you know is not going to cause you a lot of problem with environmental management, it won't cause you like the smokes that we pass through, that emitted when vehicles are passing or trucks are passing. When you are entering into a business that doesn't emit such, and you don't have a lot of problem with the environment, and then your cost is being reduced while your income is going to be higher for your profit, then that is sustainable enough for you to continue with. Some of the sustainable funding, sustainable financing solution may be in the form of sustainability-linked loans. There are certain times you have what we call sustainability-linked loans. That we will explain later, which sometimes are referred to as ESG-linked loans. ESG still means environment, social, and governance loans. These are lending facilities which incentivize the achievement of ambitious, predetermined sustainability performance targets, SPT rather. This may be illustrated with the following example. Next slide. Okay. So Nigerian banks teaming up, they are what we call a consortium. Did you give me any 10 minutes?
5 minutes.
Wow. Yesterday, the other people took 30 minutes, and we are taking 5 minutes. Okay, then I have to do that. Previous government efforts in the sustenance of farming and agro-production in Nigeria. We have an agriculture credit guarantee scheme, ACGS. Some of us who were in agriculture before, we knew that this is a program that was formed, instituted by CBN and the federal government for purpose of guaranteeing 75% of the money you have that have been lent, less the default. Go ahead. Next slide. Okay, yes. Agriculture credit support scheme. That was introduced by CBN with the active support of the Backhouse Committee. It was introduced to enable farmers exploit untapped potential of the agricultural sector. Okay. Commercial agriculture credit scheme introduced in 2009 by CBN in collaboration with Federal Ministry of Agriculture. Go ahead. All these things failed. The issue that these programs that were introduced did not help the farmers as they're supposed to. Sources of funding available to farmers. Farmers' household savings. This is a remnant of the income of a farmer that is not used for consumption expenditure. You have money. After you have spent everything, the balance that remains is what they are talking about, the farmers' household savings. The capital market, you can get money from capital market for when you sell a part of their capital for them to other people to buy. The equity. Bank. You go to the bank and collect some money, or it can be from Bank of Industry, Bank of Agriculture. Federal government budget allocation to agriculture is part of the sources. CBN refinance facility, including the CBN Agro borrowers. Yesterday, Professor Chris talked much about that Agro borrowers. International borrowing, like through the World Bank or ADB, farm credit system. Then you have money lenders that go around. Donor agencies of grants. Yes. Angel investors. These sorts provide initial seed capital for the start-up firms or businesses. Usually, these people they will finance a bit, but they are interested in equity. They want to be part of the ownership of their company. Then, current funding drives. Government has established certain funding sustainable. In order to sustain farming, for instance, they started AGN interest-free loan to farmers across the federation through the central bank. Then they equally have introduced CBN agricultural loan at low rate of interest, micro SME development fund, real sector support facility (RSSF), Bank of Agriculture, through the grow and get more GGM and individual SME loans. Agricultural cooperative societies loaned by banks, loans from commercial banks, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, the LIFE program, Livelihood Improvement Family Enterprises, YIP Empowerment Program, AGMIS, NAUDA Empowerment Scheme, that's National Agricultural Land Development Authority, Power Agric, ACSS, Commercial Agriculture Scheme, and Aqua Borrowers Program. These were all that the government introduced over time. Then, way forward for sustainable financial solution, we are saying that in most cases the fund did not, we are saying that all these programs that the government instituted, in most cases the fund did not get to the actual farmers. At the end of the day, they could not get them because of some issues that arise, either corruption we're talking about, or the mechanism that was used. So we now have something. Go ahead. Another slide. Okay, so one of the things we were talking about is that the way forward is green and social bonds. That it goes beyond that the move towards more globally sustainable economy is only possible with increased capital infusion into farming projects that are environmentally friendly. Anything that is going to help you to solve a problem of the environment is going to be more sustainable. Right, example of green categories that qualify for social bonds include food security, sustainable food system like farming and agro producers, social economic advancement. In summary, social bonds are use of proceeds bonds that raise funds for new and existing projects with positive social outcomes. Go ahead. Sustainability linked finance, which I talked about. This is designed to incentivize the borrower's achievement on environmental, social, and governance targets through pricing incentive. This is very nascent in emerging markets like Nigeria. Go ahead. Sustainability supply chain finance, impact investing, then green banking. Go ahead. I have to rush on. Let's go to recommendations. That's where we should be more interested in. Institutionalizing green financing products by adopting as follows. A, project committee collaborating with the government to make needful changes in the regulatory framework. Because if we are introducing any idea that is not contained in the framework of governance, it may not serve. So, the regulatory framework to fast track the seamless admissibility of the green funding practices. 2, or B, encouraging various sectors to participate in this financial principle. C, boosting investment in clean and green technologies. D, encouraging private and public partnerships towards green projects. Number 2, recommendation is develop collaboration between the project team on this DPSOL, EU, and the federal government to establish an exclusive special fund for farmers. 3, farmers should form cooperative societies to enable them to pool their resources together to acquire inputs and equipment, including microcredit via micro institutions. 4, farmers and agro producers should be encouraged by government to engage in partnership with private sector with structures that support small and large-scale farmers working towards green projects. 5, favorable agricultural policies by the government in the form of extended loan repayment and interest waiver could be another area to assist farmers and agro producers. 6, finally, farmers and agro producers should take advantage of the novel idea of green finance that will see them adapt an enduring funding model separate from the traditional and bureaucratic funding system. This, where I'm saying that the financial experts and ICT to collaborate on this novel plan. Thank you. Conclusion. This paper has identified, okay, there's no need for that, the important thing has been done. So I want to thank you for the little time and listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anogo, for that presentation on the green finance solution, sustainable one for farmers and agri-producers. Well, we have gone through the 3 presentations for this afternoon session, and I believe one way or the other you have some things you want the presenters to clear, some of your doubts, or some things that are not clear. Sorry. We call on Mr. Adepoju to give us a brief translation of the presentation. In Yoruba. Very brief one.
That's not Mr. Adepoju.
Sorry,
Thank you so much, ma. Ní ṣókí nítorí pé àwọn nǹkan tí wọ́n ti gbé sọ látàárọ̀ ti pọ̀ jù. Tàbá ní ká máa sọ bí wọ́n ṣe sọ sílẹ̀, á gbàrà wá ní àkókò tí ó pọ̀ jù. Èyí tí a ó kọ́kọ́ bójú wò, òun náà ni ìgbà tí wọ́n bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé àti ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ láti wá ọ̀nà àtijẹ. Tó sì jẹ́ pé wọ́n ní ó ṣeé ṣe ó rọrùn fún àgbẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá lo àwọn ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé bíi èmi fóònù ní o, ọ̀nà àwọn nǹkan ayélujára wọ̀nyí láti lè fi ṣe láti fi lè máa bá ìjọba tàbí kàn sí àwọn tó ń ṣe ìwádìí. Ìyẹn fi hàn pé wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ iṣẹ́ làwọn ṣe lórí ẹ̀ láti jẹ́ kí ó lè rọrùn fáwọn àgbẹ̀ nípa pé ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé táwọn tó ń ṣe yìí òun ló jẹ́ káwọn lọ sí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn ìlú kéréje táwọn sì tó súnmọ́ àwọn àgbẹ̀ yìí láti bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ pé àwọn nǹkan wo ni ẹ̀yin rò pé a lè ṣe àwọn àgbẹ̀, orúkọ wo ni ká máa pe kínní. Gbogbo nǹkan ẹni wọ́n kó sínú àwọn ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé tó wá jẹ́ kó rọrùn fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ fúnra wọn láti lè dá àwọn nǹkan míì mọ̀, láti sọ pé ẹ jẹ́ ká máa pe eléyìí ní gbàgùdá ni àbí ká máa fi tí wọ́n bá sì ti rí àwòrán ẹ̀ nínú fóònù ọwọ́ wọn, á rọrùn fún wọn láti sọ pé àgbègbè eléyìí tí à ń sọ̀rọ̀ ń pẹ̀ wọ́n á lè tó rọrùn, á rọrùn láti fi ṣọwọ́ sí àwọn olùdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ pé ohun tẹ́ ẹ gbé fún wa yìí o, gbàgùdá ni mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ pẹ̀ nígbà táwọn ti kọ́ àwọn àgbẹ̀ bí a ṣe lè lo àwọn ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé yìí láti sọ ohun tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní oko wọn fún àwọn olùdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Bákan náà, wọ́n ní oríṣiríṣi ètò náà ló tún lọ débi wípé nínú ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé yìí wọ́n á ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún àwọn àgbẹ̀. Èdè tí wọ́n bá gbọ́ òun ni wọ́n máa fi kọ orúkọ oríṣiríṣi nǹkan wọ̀nyí fún wọn. Tí àgbẹ̀ míì bá ti mú tẹlifóònù ẹ̀, òun gan ti mọ nígbà tó jẹ́ pé ó lè kọ èdè Yorùbá ó sì lè kà á rọrùn fún láti sọ pé ohun tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ òun náà ni báyìí o, kí ẹ bá mi wò pé ewé ẹ̀ pọ́n tàbí ń ṣe ni òun kàn déédéé rí tí ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí í rọ. Àwọn olùdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ níbi tí wọ́n bá jókòó sílẹ̀ tí ẹ̀ dààmú níbi tí wọ́n bá wà ní wọ́n ti sọ fún wípé báyìí ni kò ṣe, báyìí ni kò ṣe, má ṣe báyìí nígbà tàbí òòrùn ló kàn ràn ní ọ̀dọ̀ tiwa látijọ́ òjò rọ̀. Àwọn tó wà láì wá sí ọ̀dọ̀ yín gan níbi tí ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé tó bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe àmúlò ẹ̀, á jẹ́ kó rọrùn fún wọn láti lè sọ pé bí òòrùn ṣe ràn yẹn o, àwọn gbàgùdá kọ́ ni ẹ máa gbìn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí o, ẹ̀gúsí ni kẹ́ ẹ gbìn o, tàbí nǹkan báyìí ni kẹ́ ẹ ṣe o. Wọ́n á lè máa fi tó wa létí àǹfààní ńláńlá tí a bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní lo ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé láti fi ṣe ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún àgbẹ̀ pàápàá jùlọ ní àwọn ìgbèríko. Nípa ti èkejì tí wọ́n ń sọ nípa láti rí àwọn ẹgbẹ́ aláfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ láti ṣe àgbéyìí tàbí àtìlẹ́yìn fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ náà bákan náà. Mo rò pé tí mi ò bá tí sáré ju bí wọ́n ṣe sọ̀rọ̀, ohun tí wọ́n ń gbìyànjú àti sọ náà ni wípé ọ̀nà láti lo ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ yìí, bí ipa àti bí ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ ìgbàlódé ṣe lè ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn fún iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀. Wọ́n sì jẹ́ kó yé wa pé àkíyèsí fi hàn pé lẹ́yìn ìjọba ti Jonathan, tí a mọ̀ pé àsìkò iná ni wọ́n fún wọn ní wọ́n fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ kọ̀ọ̀kan ní àwọn ẹ̀rọ ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ káàkiri, èyí tó wá fi hàn pé lẹ́yìn tíjọba ìlú náà ṣẹ̀ wá nígbà kí ní ṣe ìwúlò púpọ̀ fún iṣẹ́ ìdàgbàsókè àgbẹ̀, èyí tó sì jẹ́ kí wọ́n wá wípé ká bá tẹra mọ́ iṣẹ́ yìí gan, ká máa fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ ní àwọn ìbánisọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé á jẹ́ kí iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ kó lè tètè máa tẹ̀sí iwájú. Ẹgbẹ́ aláfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ àwọn náà tún wá ṣe ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ náà káàkiri ìjọba ìgbèríko káàkiri láti fi máa tó wọn létí bí ẹ ṣe lè ṣe lè ní nígbà tí wọ́n bá ti kóra wọn jọ gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹgbẹ́ aláfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ àti yá owó pàápàá ó tún jẹ́ nǹkan tí ó máa rọrùn láti orí ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé láti ṣàlàyé fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ pé tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ gba owó tẹ́ ẹ bá fẹ́ ṣe báyìí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹgbẹ́ aláfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ èyí báyìí lẹ lè yá o ibi báyìí lẹ ti lè rí owó yá. Ní àkótán èyí tí a ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ gbọ́ tán àwọn náà nípa ti ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀yáwó fún iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ láti ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn owó fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ náà ni wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ tó pọ̀ jù. Wọ́n sì jẹ́ kí ó máa yé wa lórí bí a ṣe lè pẹ̀lú ìgbàlódé ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé yìí tí a bá súnmọ́ ìjọba tí ìjọba àpapọ̀ àti ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá ń gbìyànjú láti rí wípé àwa tí a fẹ́ yá owó á jẹ́ ìrọ̀rùn láti lè sọ níbi tá a bá jókòó sí ní ìgbèríko wa pé ká kàn sí ìjọba tí ó wà ní òkè ibi báyìí là wà a fẹ́ yá owó ju pé kẹsẹ̀ wá kúrò nínú aṣẹ̀kúrò gbèríko àwa tó ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń gba ìgboro lọ títí kó tó di pé a bá wọn sọ̀rọ̀ á rọrùn fún àwọn ìjọba náà láti ṣe àwọn àǹfààní wọ̀nyí fún àwọn èèyàn. Ẹ má bínú bí mo ṣe ń mu ní kọ̀ọ̀kan lè má jẹ́ bí wọ́n ṣe sọ láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ parí ṣùgbọ́n kébì kan mu ní kókò kó lè má gbà wá ní àkókò ṣùgbọ́n àwọn bàbá wa mo ní ìgbàgbọ́ pé bí a ṣe ń sọ àti màmá wa àwọn nǹkan tí à ń sọ nípa bí àwọn ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ìpè ó ṣe lọ ní pé àtijọ́ owó á rọrùn pẹ̀lú ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé fún àti ṣe àtìlẹ́yìn àti àgbéǹde fún iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ tí a bá gbà á mọ́ra. Ìdí nìyí tó fi wá jẹ́ pé gbogbo àwọn àgbẹ̀ bí alárojẹ oní àgbẹ̀ kéréje a gbọ́dọ̀ fi wípé a fi ara mọ́ ẹ̀rọ ìgbàlódé fún àtìlẹ́yìn iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ èyí tí à ń ṣe kó lè mú ìrọ̀rùn láti yá owó ni o láti mú èrè oko wa kó gbèrú sí ni o láti lè jẹ́ kí àwa pàápàá ká kù ní àwọn àgbẹ̀ tí wọ́n máa kàn fi ọwọ́ rọ́tì sẹ́yìn nǹkan tí ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ tí ó dá lé lórí òun nìyí pé láti lo àwọn nǹkan ìgbàlódé o á ṣe ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ìrànlọ́wọ́ fún àwọn àgbẹ̀ èyí tí wọ́n gbọ́ ìdánilẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí pàápàá jùlọ tẹ́yìn náà bá tún padà délé ẹ tún jẹ́ kó yé àwọn èèyàn pé tẹ́ ẹ bá dá àwọn èèyàn tán wá o láti fún wa ní ìmọ̀ lórí afẹ́wo bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ń dáko sí o ká má tijú láti ṣàlàyé fún wọn á lè jẹ́ ìrànlọ́wọ́ fún iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ wa láti tẹ̀síwájú ká sì tún lè di àgbẹ̀ tó ní ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ owó yanturu lágbára lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè owó ò ní dá lọ́wọ́ wa àwọn ìfiṣẹ́ wa kú wa ẹ̀kúṣẹ́.
Thank you very much for the concise and brilliant translation of the three presentation in 2 minutes. Thank you. I will now move to questions, comments with respect to the three presentations. Top one. Abroda from Thomas 2, 3, 4, 5. Please take note of your number. Pause, sir.
My comment and question. First of all, to Dr. Ayodele, thank you for your presentation. But I just want to say I have worked with a number of development organizations, and they were not out to put us down forever. If anything, we had outcomes from those projects that benefited the small-scale farmers that we work with. We want to go into it, but so it's not true. I know that at the beginning of one of them, I had a colleague of ours now who is Dr. Wesolawi's classmate, who also had that impression that these people were out to put us down forever. And now he will tell you that is not true. So it's not always true. That's because they're just getting it. It's not always true that they're down here to put us down forever. I do not think that this one current project is intended to make us subservient to them. I think its fact is to help our farmers to have higher productivity in their activity. That's the first thing I want to say. The other thing I want to say is that we also intend to use a bottom-up approach. We are not sitting down in our offices and determining what the farmers want. This in fact is the outcome of a baseline. We just went to the field in the 3 states, Imo State, Ogun State, and Kwara State. We went to the field to interview, to interact with the farmers, to know their challenges, to know whether they understood their digital solutions and so on and so forth. And so this would be a kind of like just reporting what we have done and then listening to all of you to tap from various ideas. And then we now go back to the lab. Our lab here at the ICT professionals. So we'll collate everything that we have done and then bring out the app that will help the farmer. But having said that, I also note that in some of the studies in the past, when we gave farmers free of charge, there was no sustainability. Once you remove yourself, then they also stop. So that's why we are saying this time around, the app that we will produce must be such that they know that if you buy this app, it will do this for you. And they are willing to pay something for the app to enhance their livelihood. So for me, those freebies, those free handouts in the past had encouraged our farmers not to take do well in the projects. The other thing to say is that I was going to ask you how many locations you went to in your state, how many farmers, how long it took you. The second question is not actually to you, it's to the bank manager who is here, who did not talk. Mr. Debbie is the managing director of the United Microfinance Bank. We'd like to ask him whether they have give finance to smallholder farmers and what has been your experience with the repayment ability and so on of the farmers. Because we listened to what my brother said, long list of financial solutions. But what has been your experience as a bank manager? Thank you very much.
MC.
Number 2.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I got into this conference by chance, and then I want to believe this conference is for me. So, but one way or the other, I'm here. Number one, I want to comment what this project is all about, because recently we're doing some work for CBN, and the interest of CBN was that they want to promote financial inclusion. If CBN is going to promote financial inclusion, one of the areas of promoting financial inclusion is through these digital projects. So I will appreciate our prof to still find a way to take this higher. He knows the authority in CBN, I want to believe, to take this higher so that this particular project will not just be only for some states, but will cover the entirety of Nigeria. And I believe that doing that will help. CBN is interested in what we call financial inclusion, that is, everybody in the interior, in the remote areas, you have access to financial services. But one of the ways of having access to financial services are things that has been discussed in this conference, and I'm happy and taking this back to those who have engaged us from CBN, that I know a project that is already ongoing that will need to incorporate this into it. That's one. Then two, another area I want us to, I'm afraid, in the implementation of a lot of things that DFID is out to do, is the issue of the access to financial services by these farmers. Some of these farmers in remote communities do not even have accounts. Some of them don't even know what it takes to open accounts, to have access to all these gadgets and the financial services we are offering them. So, in order to help these farmers, they also need orientation about access to financial services. So access to financial services includes access to credit, access to insurance, access to deposits, access to savings, access to investments, which I believe these projects can also help. So one way or the other, these projects should also encourage the remote communities and farmers to have deeper knowledge about financial inclusion. And once they do that, I'm sure this project is the future of Nigeria. From what I have seen, from what I've heard here, without these projects, even the financial inclusion interest of the country may not be achieved. But kudos to this, you can tidy up some loose ends. I'm sure this project will be the coordinator of the economic growth that this country is desiring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to make a little comment before we take the next question. We're talking about financial services in remote area. We are also considering that for this project, and that's why we brought in the man on telecommunication, how we are going to make these services available to them in remote areas where we don't have connection. So we are looking into model that can actually be deployed in all those remote places so that farmers can have access. We are also looking into capacity building, that is training farmers to an extent, to the extent that they will be able to, make use of these financial services on their own. Like he mentioned, some cannot even open accounts. I have some people even here in Abeokuta, when you tell them, let me transfer, they say, I don't have. Transfer to my friend. So why don't you have? But I believe that over time, it's a matter of time. And this, some of the things that they do also is behavioral, and then they will get over it. By capacity building, a kind of recurrent program for training, they will get used to it. And once they know that they are going to benefit from that, he also encouraged us to make sure that this project, our national person is here, that you communicate this and take it down to the sponsor, that this support across the whole nation, not just in this state. But it will not be a big problem. Once we are successful in 3 states, it's a matter of deploying to other states, we believe. And we have really been able to, what we have done so far at the grassroots with the farmers, we have been able to have interaction with them one-on-one in their villages. Not that we stay and we are calling them on phone, like Professor Dipolo has mentioned. And we believe that it's going to be successful. And one thing I also want to mention is the issue of sustainability of projects. You know, most of the time, sustainability of project has to do with the personality of people that are involved at times. Some people, it's not everybody that has focus, let me just make my money and go. But if you have the love of farmers in your mind, not just the money, you want to see. We have heard of the one they are using already, in which Professor Adeoye Olaoye was involved in, and is still alive to today. And so we are believing that these projects will be sustainable. And we have other projects like that, even on this campus. In the farm, projects that are being sponsored by Textfund. Textfund has come maybe 2 or 3 years ago, but they are still moving on because they have established something that will make it sustainable. And so students will keep deriving benefits, farmers will keep deriving, and researchers will also be deriving benefits from that. Thank you very much. The next question.
Sorry, please. I just want to get a few clarifications with respect to the person that spoke last before we started making some provisions. It is important that we understand and be very clear terms that what we've just done is the pilot phase of this project, the 3-year project, and what we've done will be replicated in other states. That's one. Number 2, the interaction with the federal authorities has started. We met with the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Development Finance Unit,
So we are on course. And I'm doing that faithfully too. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Emeyon. You have carved from the office mouth, and that's the truth of the matter. Thank you very much. Next question, please.
My name is Mr. Ezekiel Isilu. And my question is this. As of yesterday, we learned that loans are not accessible to male farmers because those people are given loans believe that when we offer them loan, what men do is to go and make burial ceremony of their grandparents or add more wife to their wives. But what therefore at this let's say the cooperative society or the pastors are doing to ensure that those practicing farmers on the field have access to this loan. What effort are these cooperative society or the pastors is within possible doing to make sure that this loan get to practicing farmers on their various farms?
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to ask the convener of this program to please see to what happened after this seminar. Very, very important, especially when it comes to yes. I'm seeing that the convener of this program should please work on what happened after this seminar, especially to the farmers. So if we can be incorporated to really go to the extent of practicing some of these things that is being done here. 1, 2. On financial solution, the cooperative are not been doing fine to help the farmers. So I'm a cooperator, I'm a farmer. So when the cooperative loan give loan to farmers, number 1, it is not the exact loan we need to practice. They used to give the loan at their convenience, not the one that is going to carry out the projects handled by the farmers. Then number 2, the way they used to the payback. So they don't consider the type of the products and the farmer use the money to invest. So now they will be saying every month will be returning a certain bit of the loan is really affecting the farmers. But as you know, that is the system of the cooperative. So I will call on the review of the policy of the cooperative in giving loan to the farmers. CBN as well have as this problem. Like in this approach, I'm having about 6,000 farmers. 1,000 farmers among my farmers were asked to raise debt for them, which we did together. But if I alone as a farmer raise 2,500 debt layers now, every month I will be making 250,000 naira as the CEO. Then I will be paying the security, the workers, and everybody like that. But when we do that for CBN, I will I'm featuring now that this is, take it to the public. It is what happened to us. That we signed the tripartite agreement with. We went through all, the rugged something they put us to, and we accepted something. At the end of the day, the NAIC, they say NAIC will take 0.2%, and CBN will take maybe 6%. Then, just like that, at the end of the day, Hi, if I raise 2,000 bed on my own and I get 250,000 naira per month, I end up not getting 20,000 naira per month. So it's no work. That's why we come out of that scheme. That this is not a work. So it's like they are just using the farmers. You know, they are not, and that is why the youth are not coming into the system. I think it's a very bad experience. So we are not looking for our own money now. We leave their scheme to look for our own money to practice. So I think the CBN need to review policy of how they treat farmer in terms of finance. You cannot expect, out of my 6,000 farmers in Abeokuta alone, I have a NIFO. The leader of IFO, Beulah Society, Beulah Farmers now is here with me. I said I will represent my people in Abeokuta. He should come from the one side. Now, we have been attempting to bring in the youth into the system to practice with us. So by the time we saw the a type of lascivious work they're exposed to, they're not happy at all. So we need all those new plans, new implements. You know, they are happy when they're using butter, just alcohol it, then they're using all these easy tools to do the farm. So without a good source of finance, you cannot get the inclusion of the youth to do the work. They prefer doing all those things, all those soft ancestors, and what do call it, this Yahoo, this little Yahoo at the same time to come to the farm. So there was a year we had about 50 of them. Even we invite all those NYSC to be among. By the time we practice for cassava for three months, nothing like that, nothing, no money coming in. So we are just working. So yeah, I will not come back again. And actually, we will come back again. It's only we just entice them. Let us do intercropping, so that at the end of 3 months, so something will come. Actually, something came in, but it is not to their satisfaction. So they consider their mate at other sectors, that they are making it and they are finding easy. So, farming has not been making easy for the farmers at all. Government is, really exhausting us. Financial house are exhausting us. The cooperatives body are exhausting us. And another thing is policy of the government.
Yeah, you have mentioned it, sir. It's the policy that is also making you to return money when your produce is not legal.
Yeah, just like that. So
thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much. I should begin by appreciating my boss for inviting me here. The environment and the resources are finite. And before now, or before more recently, very little attention has been paid to anthropogenic activities on the environment. With climate change, which is not likely to abate anytime soon, we understand that there are a number of hazards, especially hydrometeorological hazards like drought and flooding, erosion, and the likes, that are exacerbated as a result of climate change. I don't know if any of the apps, Dr. Oji was here with us yesterday, and Dr. Adetoye. I don't know if any of the apps has taken into consideration some of these hazards in the design of what we are coming up with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I really appreciate the convener of this program, also the sponsor of this particular program. I want to chip in certain things, sir, that information is very, very paramount in everything that we are doing. How are we going to take this particular project to the grassroots proper through media, because media, a program can reach millions of listeners, and which we eventually to tell people about what this particular program brings. But if we keep on giving us lecture in the classroom like this, it may not get to the core farmers that we need. So I want to employ us to try as much as possible to involve media like radio, television, interview the conveners, the coordinators, to let people involved. For example, everything that we are doing today, I can count, we are not more than 500, even if at all. By the time we get home, according to the Professor Petra, that by the time we get home, instead of 10 information, we may give them just 1 or 2 information. So it's better we go on radio, television, to let farmers, the core farmers, know what this particular program is all about. So I'm volunteer anytime they need assistance on media. I'm very available on radio, television. We can easily do this for our people, especially for core farmers that are not, they don't know much about these activities that we are talking in the classroom or lecture or theater. So we should try as much as possible to reach them with media. Thank you, sir.
I just respond to that. Yes. Facing me.
You were facing me, so I imagine you talking to me. First of all, I thank you for what you have said. As you well may have been told, I did write to the Directorate of Public Relations in this campus concerning this event. And yesterday we had Rock City FM was here, and the News Agency of Nigeria were here. Today we also have Vanguard and Punch that are here. The resources are constraining, but this is just a beginning. We have not done anything at all. All we have done was to go and find out in some locations about farmers. What are your challenges? Do you know about digital technologies? If we had to do this, would you be willing to be a part of it, and so on? This is the beginning. We haven't done anything at all. We're just scratching the surface to know where the problems are and what we will need to do. The last thing to add is that I have here sitting, and I brought him here, the director of the Agricultural Media and Resources Center for our university. That is Professor Olaoye. Mrs. Karim is also in that center. One of my team members, Dr. Oke, is also in that center. They are in the media, agricultural media. And I'm told that these farmers that came today came through them. So I can assure you, when we start bringing out the app, this is just the first workshop. We're going to have training workshops. This not even training, this not even training here at all. We're just talking here. This talk workshop. We'll have training workshop. We will train the trainers. We will train local governments. We will train farmers. So I can assure you, sir, Mr. Oyewole, for as long as I'm still alive on this campus, and I'm part of this project, we shall do it. We are not government. I'm not looking for position. I'm already a professor. I do not need a commissioner. Right? Okay.
You want me to say something? I just want to. Not only.
Yes. I just want to just lend my voice to what the people have said from another perspective. The young man over there that talked about or having political issues, we understand that even the cost of the field work, I remember some of the farmers raising these issues as a researcher. And I also told them that we have experts in each field. We have finance experts, we have telecoms experts. And I've also discussed, hope you can hear me clearly. Hello, I said, I hope you can hear me very clearly. Yeah. And I said, I have also discussed with the telecoms experts that synergy between government institutions like NIMET
that have data that have run for several months, upon which they could predict rainfall and other hydrometeorological issues, that synergy is there. So, in fact, I was also chatting with her. We could use available data to predict and information we made available to our farmers. We didn't foreclose that at all. That's why we have experts in our team. Thank you.
Well, you want to make a point.
Thank you very much. Difficult project. I want to assure you of sustainability of the papers comes to Congo. And I want to tell you that maybe next week, Wednesday or the upper week, we'll invite one of your scientists to come on here on Wednesday between 2 to 3 to come and let our farmers know. We have a program on here. So we are going to do that for you free. That is on average 89.5. Okay? That is available. So that to let the farmer know exactly what this research is basically. Okay? That is that. And also assure you that at least since there is capacity building embedded in this particular project, okay, we'll be ready to make sure we get you the real farmer from interior. Okay, and any other area you want to. If you want your program to be done in rural area, we'll take you down there without any security challenges. Thank you very much. And God bless you.
Thank you very much. So we will address. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the people that have anchored this program sincerely. A lot of justice has been done to very many things. I actually am not the talking type, but when it comes to talk, I talk. I always like to listen. And I appreciate the question that was posted by my Oga, Professor Dipelu. First and foremost, I want to say that it is true that for us to have sustainable digital solution, that will enhance farmers' productivity, there is need for funding. Without funds, there is no achievement. And access to this fund is also very important. Now, I want to say that from what has been heard, there are a lot of programs that government have put in place, which on a sincere basis, though the motive, is very good, but the implementation at the end of the day has never encouraged, the targeted audience, the farmers. And that is why you ask somebody from the farm asking or saying something the other time, that all these things that have been going on, visitations, trainings, enlightenment, and all the liable promises have never been fulfilled. And this is what I want to say, that this time around from what I've heard from this project, it's like everyone help those who help themselves. You just have to go and do it yourself. And from what it has been registered, a particular app will be designed for the sales, to the farmers, which will help them to enhance their productivity digitally. And I want to come in that perspective from the angle of my own profession. I am the MD of microfinance bank here, General Microfinance Bank. What are we doing? Just like the professor asked, we have programs that we also targeted to the farmers. And I want to say that some of these programs, we don't design program for designing sake. Because at times, the problem I know that most of banks have is that they just push program or product
to the market. And at the end of the day, they don't see, people to come and embrace it. So what we do is to go to the farm or the farmers to ask for what they need. Through what they need, we design our programs in terms of products. And what is the product? Is the loan facilities. But there are some loans that we give to you. There are some loans that we need to buy what you need. And when we buy for you, then we monitor you, we supervise you, and we assess, that you have actually done what you have requested for in your proposal that you want to carry out. And at the end of the day, we see that there are success, at the end of the day. But that doesn't mean that we don't have challenges. There are default, the high level of defaults that we always experience when it comes to loans, especially to farmers. And that is why I love when somebody said, one of the presenters talked about giving loans to farmers or giving facilities to farmers, to women. Women, they have this fear in low repayment than men. Men, because of our egos, because of our, background, because of the fact that we want to remain man, and we want to let people know that yes, we are here. We don't pay loans. At times we like to go and marry 2-3 wives when we get loans. But when it comes to women, they have that fear to repay, and at the end of the day, we record successes. So I want to say that from our end, we have a program we call Farmers Delight. The essence of this program is that we collaborate with farmers. You have a kind of counterpart fund in terms of equity. When you bring it in, we know that you are part of the system. And we'll give you certain percent to support your activities, and at the end of the day, you see results. But when it comes to climate change, whether there are some things that you cannot actually predict. When the default comes, at times there are problems. But then there are insurance. We insure some of the activity, the loans we give out, and this really reduces the risk at the end of the day. So I want to support the fact that farmers need to be equipped. They need to be enlightened, and that is part of what we do from our end. We give them what we call farmers education in terms of enlightenment, meetings all the time, so that they'll be able to know when you take this loan, it is not just for you to go and use it for any other things. It is for the purpose of making ends meet, making your income, and at the end of the day, grow economically. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the contribution. And that we consider when we are looking into a better financial solution for our farmers. So briefly, we want the Mr. Assis to answer some of the questions or to give, respond to some of the things that have been said about the cooperative society. And I think he will be taking some of those things home to the boss, right in the office, for them to know what is next in the next years ahead of us. So, yeah. MC, here is the other.
Thank you, ma'am. I think the question asked by my daddy here and my dad here are similar. So I'm going to do justice to that. So I'll start from youth cooperative. That you invited some of you to join the cooperative, maybe you are feeling reluctant. So in our own organization, we are seeing these challenges to our youth. What we gather is that that some of those they don't want to come to a meeting, a physical meeting, to come and join a physical meeting to do the meeting that the cooperative are doing. That's why now we was called youth cooperative. We now have youth cooperative here in our school now. So what's down for is that all the age brackets from 18 to 35, they can join. That one is purely on the internet. They can pay their whatever money through the internet, and then they can even collect loan through the internet. So that's the issue of cooperative. I think that will encourage the person you are talking about. On the issue of the loan to the farmers, before any farmers can be access to a cooperative loan, the establishment of cooperative, we as the monitoring body in the hospital, we have the regulator, we are the operator. The regulator is Ogun Cooperative, is the Ministry of Cooperatives and Services. That's the regulator of the cooperatives. They are the one inside the cooperative, so we are the one being the operator, we are the ones supervising the affairs of all cooperatives in Ogun State. At the point of register, some are registered as cooperative checks and credit. Some are registered as cooperative multipurpose. If you register as cooperative checks and credit, you can only access loan to what? To finance your small business, not for farmer. But if you are registered cooperative as a farmer, then once you have the same ideology, definitely you can just borrow yourself the money for the purpose of what? For farmer. But if you are registered as a cooperative credit and tech, they won't give you enough money to run the farm. I think that's the area that so, but we have now looked at that too. What we are now proposing in our own organization is that we have one international company. We have called them German Company for International. They have been assisting us. I think last year they organized a program to improve the farmers, to improve their working ability of the farmers. They try to build a program for us on cashing, where they give them all this the materials needed for them to actualize this program. So we have been trying to do that here. So that's what the president has been saying, that if you as a one cooperative farmers, you cannot move forward. If you come together, we have different farmers coming together to do a farming. It will go a long way than one society, one farmer society doing the work, doing the farming. So that's what now we have been advocating now. Like what I told you, like the training they did for them last month. We are going to invite all these people again. They represented their farmer cooperatives. So we are going to talk to them, enlighten them how they can just make the money together. If you say the government will help us, sometimes the government will not help us. We should help ourselves when we talk about the issue of government, the issue of loan. So if you have a farmer that has money than you, and it's not needed, you can just bring your own idea as a farmer cooperative. You don't have much in your own society, but one farmer has money in their own society, you can just bring it together, bring your own idea together, and then you do a word, a love farming that will help you. I think that's one of the areas we are working on the access to loan. Once you join a cooperative and it's established purely for farmer, you'll be able to get enough loan that you want. But if it's cooperative debt and credit, they won't give you enough loan. That one is used to improve the businessman. If you look at the research carried out by German Company for International, around 3 years, they said 26% of the loan using by the small and medium scale, they are getting it for what? From the cooperatives, which is cooperative have been helping small scale business. So maybe the financial is not involved, it's not enough to support the farmers. I think that's my suggestion, and that's my answer to the questions now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim, and thank you for your responses to the worries and the questions of the farmers. But one thing you still need to take home is the policy guiding. You said you are operator, you have regulator. I think the regulators are the ones, in charge of the policy, the main policy on the repayment of loan. Please, you can still help the farmers, get back to them. The policy on repayment of loan should be considered for farmers, because they cannot repay loan when the produce is not yet out and they are still spending money. And when you are asking them, some of them are already, they will have all kinds of health challenges because the person is coming and then repayment of loan and all the troubles. Please, we like you to do that for us. Thank you very much. And once again, we have gone through the second session, that's afternoon session. We are running out of time already, and shortly or briefly, now lunch is ready. We want us to take our lunch before we take the last session, which is going to be anchored by Professor Chris Emeyono. So please, can we just go outside? We have just few minutes to go for the lunch. Let's take our lunch, and then as we are eating, then we continue with Professor Chris Emeyono's session. Please, can we quickly do that? We have 10 minutes to do that. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Let's get up.
Okay, please let's settle down quickly. We are moving on to the next session immediately. So it's going to be a continuous discussion month. Okay, settle down, enjoy your meal, and then we'll move on to the next session. Okay, we hope our online audience are also having their virtual lunch. Maybe they are taking virtual pop-up or virtual small chops. Okay, please let's settle down quickly. Thank you. We appreciate you for your patience so far. Thank you. All right, now I'm going to hand over to Professor Chris Omeyon. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are gradually coming to the end of the 2-day workshop. Here we are implementations and recommendations. Hello, I know we have our food in our mouth, and we listen with our ears. Hello, people don't talk when they are eating now, isn't it? So that you don't choke. We have the food in the mouth, and we listen with our ears. Now, we are about the last phase of the 2-day workshop, implementations and recommendations. All the research partners have all made recommendations from the findings of the field. And those submissions have also been made. Those haven't been made will eventually be done. And all your questions, your answers have also been taken. Your submissions should be will form part of the final report that will come out from this. And in that, it will also contain the recommendations, which supposedly should be the final recommendations. Because we have again gathered with you, we have again sat down with you, we have again interacted with other stakeholders, we have again interacted with some local authorities, we have again interacted with almost all the stakeholders. And presentations, discussions have been held. And so those presentations, those discussions will summarize and they will form part of, they will now form the recommendations that will be part of the final report that will emanate from this project. I want to assure you that this project is for us. It is actually meant for us. So it was not sent to us, it is our project. So we want to all of us. By the time that we need to get back to you, by the time that we need for us to also ask you
for one or two more things, it's important that you open-heartedly work with us, because at the end of it all, it will be for our own collective gain and progress. While you enjoy your meal, I want to thank you for your presence. I also thank you for your patience, and thank you all for your contributions. Thank you, and thank you. God bless you all. So enjoy your meal.
No, I have not closed. It's for food. It's for the closing address. That's it.
Okay, we want to thank you. As you are eating, just open your ears and to appreciate you all, in particular the farmers that came today. And the people great farmers.
Great nation.
No farmers.
No nation.
No food.
No farmer.
No food, no life.
No food, no life.
So without you, we can do nothing. I'm a concern about to say you. Gawami Yadika, Riga, the Vanity, a moment is more than none. Someone look more corny, more than I want to thank the local government too, the Bolu, Odeja, Ajiayeto. Thank you for coming. You are the link between us and the farmers, in addition to AMREC. So when we come to you, we want to see the farmers. Mr. Imoroko Enisa, but we also will also come to meet you to ensure that the cooperative man that you saw, Oscar Fed. I was president of cooperative here for 18 years. Record cooperative president. So I will definitely get to you. I thank you, FarmSpeak Technologies. Please tell your CEO and the other person that we enjoyed your presence here. Too much for me for as you. Thank you. Greet your PM. Tell her that I missed her. This is Sorakwe. We didn't see her. I didn't like that, but who am I to complain? Mr. Isilio from Vocational and Educational Board, thank you for coming. The press, Vanguard and Punch, and UNAB, thank you for coming. Microfinance Bank, I was once your board chairman, so thank you for coming. Everybody else, Dr. Salam, I think he's gone. Thank you for coming. Thank you, all of you who came as our participants, and those who didn't invite that gate crash. Thank you for coming.
Your program is, your project is good.
I want to thank in particular the resource persons, starting from the last person, Mr. Nuru. Thank you for your very detailed presentation. We will go and study it and we will imbibe it. Thank you, Engineer Dr. Nosiri, for the universal access policy. That is a very key policy underlying this particular project. Thank you, Dr. Lynette Oji, the head of IT in Owerri. We thank you for your presentation. Dr. Tajuddin Ajala, project manager, team lead of Alikma University. Thank you for coming. Olaji Ogidon, the head of IT in Alikma University. Thank you for coming. Mr. Oyewole of the PR department in FUNAB. Thank you for coming. Mr. Anikuta, the bossa of UAES. Bossa, sir. Thank you for coming. Oh, Chris, actually came now, who is, I have played with him. Thank you for coming. Most importantly, I want to thank ICTREC. Thank you for coming. Mr. Iskil has been a bit indisposed, but nevertheless, he has come. I thank you. We'll see you after this. Perhaps the most important fish. There are two fishes. There's one on online. The first fish, the first crayfish, the first fish, Professor Emeyono. Thank you very much, sir. We've really enjoyed your participation, and indeed we shall continue to enjoy ourselves. Mr. Chris Adinayo, who is always bringing me into these projects, and I told him to stop that. Thank you very much, Chris. Use the younger boy to go to do the work now. Me, I'm getting into extinction very soon. Thank you very much. I want to thank you all for being here. My colleagues in the department, Mr. Samson Afulayan, who is a PhD student and also a staff of the department, Dr. Mrs. Lauren Ju, the staff of the department, Dr. Ladeji, who is my son, very funny son, the colleague in the department, Dr. Mrs. Oke, a staff from Ambre, but also my daughter, I was a supervisor from BSc up to PhD. Thank you. Dr. Professor Mrs. Arokundade, my sister, very wonderful sister. I thank you for coming. And myself, I thank myself.
You didn't thank Madam.
Madam?
Professor.
She's not a part of this program.
She came yesterday. She gave support. Free support.
When I get home, I will give her what she wants. I will tell her what she was supposed to hear. And I will say from now on, she's Mrs. and Mr. Tikolu, so she will take care of me. I will sit down at home. I will go and bring the money. Matthew, thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. We have had a beautiful 2 days. Some of you have put down your names and your account numbers. I shall be doing what I'm supposed to do with those numbers as the days go by. You have a phone numbers there? Yeah, okay. So I will be doing what I'm supposed to do as the days go by. If you have any challenge and you didn't see anything from you, then just call the person that brought you here. So thank you very much for coming. We didn't have national anthem, so we won't have national anthem. Because I don't even know EU anthem. I do not know Oweri anthem. I do not know Alikma anthem. So we have any anthems. But I thank you as you go. I leave you in the safe hands of the Lord. As you came here safely, you will indeed go back safely to see your loved ones. There will be no cause for us to say, I wish I did not come. That is not your portion. The year is coming to an end. These ember months will not destroy your family. I declare each of you will see 2024. In God's name. Thank you for coming. Bless you. The Vice Chancellor asked me to say thank you for coming. He says next time you will come here, we shall do more than we have done. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
I know with the final statement from Professor Dibolu, the workshop is hereby declared closed. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nothing is blocked. Look at that. In the corner.
Okay, àwọn bàbá yẹn ló lò.
Ya que pelo no más que se